Hello, 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 everybody. It's the Sid here again with another showcase for you. This time we're doing Ease. Quick things before we kick over to the show, because we do have two games planned today, so it's going to be a longer one. The game submissions are still open. You have till February 15th. Any other information that you need on the actual in-person event will be on the website, but do not forget, if you want to submit games, now is your time. We take everything from on-site to off-site. And if you can come and you have an open availability is the best way to apply. And for our event, we will be benefiting NAMI. Today, any subs and bits that we get will help us actually run the event, and we'd be extremely grateful for that. And with that being said, I'm going to kick it over to DentedRazor real quick to start explaining what we are doing today.
Hey everyone, this is DentedRazor. You all are doing well today. I am running Ease 4, The Dawn of Ease. This is the New Game Plus version. When you beat the game normally, you get access to this dev room, and from there you can talk to someone, and they'll let you run through the game with two items that you get normally later on. And these items, the gold bracelet and the silver bracelet, will double your gold or experience from any monsters in the game respectively. So it does make for a faster run, because this is a little bit of a longer run with all the cutscenes and everything, but it should be a lot of fun. I hope you all enjoy it. And giving commentary is...
Hello everybody, I'm GhostKumo. I've run several games in this series, including the modernized remake of this game, East Memories of Salsetta, which was kind of my speedrun baby for many years, before I ever ended up actually playing East 4. I'm excited for this one because we've never had this one on the channel, and East 4 has a lot of interesting history to it. But that'll do it for my spiel. We'll kind of talk about the game itself because we'll have plenty of time to do so.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's get right into it. Should I do a quick countdown? Let's go. So 3, 2, 1, go.
So to give just the very briefest of overviews for East 4 and what this game is, back in the year... Oh, there's cutscenes. That's right, there's cutscenes, there's voice acting. This is the fan translation. I believe they did like a full-on fan dub for it, which is kind of awesome.
Yeah.
In the... I think they even like went to try to emulate the style of like games from this era, which is kind of neat. So, if you ever played any of the TurboGrafx/PC Engine East games, East 1 and 2 and 3 had, like, fully dubbed voice acting in English. And the East 1 and 2 dub is, like, way better than any game of its era. And I think they blew all the budget on that because the East 3 dub and the original Legend of Heroes dub on the PC Engine were kind of not... They were what you would expect from that time. Yeah, so East 1 and 2, they use a system which we call the bump attack system, where you do combat by running into enemies. East 3 had a rather convoluted development. We ended up, I think, getting 3 before 2 in the West, funny enough. And the development of East 3 is kind of infamously tumultuous. When they changed things around, the development was kind of messy, and like about half, like I want to say a significant portion of Falcom's staff ended up actually leaving for to start their own company, which you might have heard of, called Quintet. If you've ever played like East 3 and ActRazor, like around, like, but you know, back to back, you kind of see the DNA in ActRazor from all the team that, you know, made East 3. But when they did East 4, the budget for the... Like, Falcom did not have, like, a lot of budget for the game to try and make it in-house. So they offloaded it to 2 different developers for different systems. On the Super Famicom, it was developed by Tonkin House, and on the PC Engine, it was developed by Hudson Soft. So this is the Hudson Soft one. The SNES game, Super Famicom game, is quite a bit different. I mean, obviously there's like voice acting, but yeah. They kind of made 2 different East 4s, and they have a lot of differences, and then both games were later retconned and then remade into Memories of Salsetta, which was the one that we actually got. The events of both are quite different, although there is a fair share of overlap.
Absolutely. I mean, even the compositions, if you want to hear two different versions of some of the same songs, put those two soundtracks next to each other. Right here, I just have a lot of mashing. Finally starting to be able to play the game a little bit.
I do forget, was it Eon Genesis who did the translation for this one?
They did Mask of the Sun.
Okay,
Night Wolf
because I
did
knew
this
they
one.
did Mask of the Sun. I didn't know if they did this one as well.
Okay. I think Nightwolf did that one. Or did this one, I should say. And Bert Lasagna did the dub. I'm just going to change the text speed so it's a bit faster, but also the experience. Normally it's just showing the total experience, but here we can just see what we need to get to the next part. So,
yeah, so the versions of the original versions of these games are a little weird in their connection to the events of Celceta. Like, these are all characters from East 1. Obviously Adol's friends with Gogi at this point in the series. And then there's his boss. They're just having a drink. And then we're finally going to actually go to the region of Celceta. Mask of the Sun's a little funny because they have Lilia from East 2 just kind of palling around. And she's just kind of, like, you kind of understand why Celceta just redid how it structured everything. Like, Adol just shows up in the region and has lost all of his memory. Very different game. So,
yeah, it's
Oath
like,
and
here's this
Felghana is
basic-
a remake. Oh, sorry. Somebody mentioned Oath and Felghana in chat, but that's a remake of 3, which it is the. Okay, so there's Origin 1, 2, 10, 4. So yeah, Felghana would be the 5th one chronologically.
yeah. I guess what I was saying earlier, they also, for both those companies, got a basic framework of the story. So, I mean, they're going to get definitely some differences. And there's Lilia, by the way.
Yeah, she's just kind of palling around in this game, not being particularly productive or helpful. I mean, she's cute, but like, she's kind of not very important.
Yeah, he's there for flavor, I guess. I really like in this game how they have those, those profiles come up for a lot of the voice work, and I really can't say enough about the voice work. They, for just a fan translation or a fan dub, they did a fantastic job. For it,
I do enjoy that. It feels like it's from the, like they tried to make it like from the time, which like I kind of low key respect that.
Yeah. I was saying about a couple minutes we'll probably have a flashing lights warning just for the cutscene. It's going to be a little bit of that in there.
Hey, Adol, where'd he go?
Yeah, there's so much charm.
Adol!
Well, it is
Let
funny
me
to
see
call him Adol instead of Adol.
Yeah.
Oh, these PC Engine cutscenes. Yeah, the PC Engine is kind of like a console that doesn't get its flowers enough, I think, in the West.
Oh, yeah. Here we have the evil bad guy who's trying to be resurrected, but they didn't use the right activator for the slime, or just didn't have enough power to do this, so. Yeah, the Super CD-ROM too. I mean, you compare this to Sega CD, and it's just wild we didn't get all these games into the US. But then again, TurboGrafx didn't do as well here. Guess, GK, did you know any kids back then in your neighborhood that had TurboGrafx 16? I didn't.
To be fair, I was born in '93, so by the time the consoles, like By the time that console war was within my purview, we'd already moved on to N64 and PS1.
It's all good.
So I've never known anyone who's owned one of these like from childhood, at least that I knew. If I did, I met them as an adult. So
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think I saw anyone in our town that had one, but you never know. It was rare also to see a Master System too, but
I did have a friend in oh god, I love it. I love the theme of that all in this version. My friend did get a Master System, yeah.
nice. Yeah, that's one thing I do love about Ys games. It seems like each one has an awesome intro with really music that just gets you so pumped. So, great stuff.
Hey, it's Thumbnail Guy.
Yep. You'll see him a lot on all my playlist, just his face all down the line.
Yeah, so YouTube quite famously, they try, like, if you don't select a thumbnail, they pick one for you, so they try to find the first one of, like, what looks like somebody's face. So if you go to, like, Felghana, there's always Edgar, the guy you talk to before you're fighting the second boss of the game. It's just this kind of overweight, older guy who's, like, bleeding on his face. Like, that's every Felghana speedrun thumbnail.
Oh, yeah. Didn't see all that in the original Super Nintendo one. I'm not sure if that was the original one, but then again, how many ports of Ys 3 were there? So many.
So many.
Nice intro, and we're finally going to play the game. I know it's wild, right? It took 10 minutes, but we're going to do it. All right, so get here and going to get the initial items of the game. I think the clearest stuff are items that you got at the original at the end of Ys Book 2. Since this game, I think, takes place chronologically after that. It also equipped the silver bracelet for that experience boost. We're just going to walk up through town.
This is, I think, that one of the first of the themes that, like, they remade for Celceta. I'll be honest, I think this version has the best of any Ys 4 soundtrack, even with the modern remakes, and I kind of wish there was a way to, like, without, like, heavily modding the game, you can backport it into this.
Oh, yeah.
Like, this was before the PlayStation 1, like, the kinds of, like, sound that could come out of this console is just, like, so ahead of everything you were getting on, like, the Genesis and the SNES.
Absolutely.
So,
and also Rondo Blood as well.
Yeah, we kind of gush about the soundtracks a lot in these games, but, like, it still blows my mind. This was the year I was born, when, like, the SNES games I played at that time were, like, Castlevania, SNES, I think Sonic 2 would come out on the Genesis about this time.
Yeah, this was like late 93. I was playing this the other day. My spouse was like, what game are you playing? It's like, what year did this come out? 93. What? Because it's really good audio. Speaking of which, here we have one of our first big cutscenes with Karna, who's leader of a militia in Arieta Village, which is the fire village in this town. Or in this area of Celceta. He's pretty cool.
It's so camp.
Don't worry. They're just unconscious. I'm Karna.
Karna's kind of busted in the remake, so I kind of low-key, like, she is one of my Ys Oshis.
Perhaps we'll meet again, fate willing.
Here we meet General Leo. Not the same one as in Final Fantasy VI, just so you're aware. Easy to get them mixed up.
Captain! General Leo, you simpering dope! You, the kid with the red hair!
I do like that in Memories of Celceta, they kind of kept some of the looks of some of the characters. Kind of, I mean, they took their own liberties with those, but it seems like you look at them compared to this.
He has a full head of hair in that game. But he does have the little, like, the little pencil mustache.
Fire!
Why though?
Yeah.
Use
The Roman army. Yeah.
power before I might.
The Roman army is here at Selseta. He's kind of more motivated for greed, gold, and everything like that.
Blast you to pieces.
Adol like kind of threatening to him, so he's like, "Yeah, go ahead and capture Adol and take his stuff." So there's where we lose all our nice Claria armor. So.
Well, that would explain it for once. There's even a joke in East 9 where Adol lost all of his stuff. It's because of like they even ask him like, why do you not have any of the things that you got from your adventures?
They brought me a playmate, eh?
It's like you just get rid of them everywhere you go, but why?
The name's Durin.
Every Metroid game, you lose all your stuff, or Symphony of the Night even. Now your stuff's taken away. But you get that nice little, oh, this is what you could have, but sorry, you don't get it.
Similar story with you, I'm guessing?
This is Durin, who might be familiar to anyone who plays a lot of Memories of Selseta.
Oh yeah, he's the fastest character because that was the second game of the party system where they actually like let the various different playable characters in this game like be controlled. They're not here. It's just Adol and bump system. Like you might have seen the combat art. They did that. We haven't really touched too much on like the combat of this era, but so East 3, quite famously 2D side scroller, more along the lines of Falcom's Dragon Slayer series, which we got in the forms of games like Fax Xanadu and Legacy of the Wizard, which were Legend of Heroes or Dragon Slayer 2 and 4. This one they went back to the bump system of 1 and 2.
I'm going to break the lock.
And the way bump system works is you need to run into enemies like off center, like kind of run into them shoulder to shoulder, so that you don't take recoil damage.
It's almost like jousting.
Yeah, you kind of have to. You need to like run into enemies' shoulders basically to do damage without taking damage back, and it's
It'd be great,
it sounds
or
simple, but
sometimes really scary.
Yes, absolutely, all of the above. It's definitely from a simpler time. Other games like that used it were like Highlight, but honestly, I think this game is probably the best one of the bump system games. Either this one or East 1.
Oh yeah. Just playing through this casually the first time, I was just amazed at how well they did the boss battles. Just with, sometimes some creators do so well with constraints, and they really did a great job here. And here we have a little fight because I don't like it when we try to escape their prison, so I'm gonna do the fast thing and just leave. Alright, that was pretty good. One thing I will say on this one, thankfully you can save very quickly in this game. And so you don't take too much time to do, so I will be saving a bit as we go. So, that was a quick save there. I'm going to get a little bit of levels as I go here. And you can just kind of see as I go, it's just kind of bumping the enemies a little off center as I go on out.
Yeah, we in the community affectionately refer to this era of Geis as the bumper car simulators. But another term we can use for reference, I can't remember who at Falcom originally called it that, but they kind of liken it to popping bubble wrap.
Sure. I can see that a little bit.
Yeah, there is no combat button, you run into things, but there is a lot more depth than that might sound.
Yeah, it's almost like popping bubbles that have a needle in the center, so you're trying not to pop it there. Here at the village, we're talked a little bit to Karna, and now we're talking to Dr. Flair, who's part of book 2, I think?
Yes. He also shows up in 10, which is like the game directly after 2 and directly before this one.
Really? Wow.
I have been told that it can be turned into a medicine.
They really love playing with that timeline, don't they?
Well,
They wanted to do a younger adult for whatever reason.
Sure.
You know, it just so happens I know the village elder. I'll introduce you to him.
One thing with this route, I'm right now going to buy the next weapon. We are not going to really get any armor in this game, besides what we get just through the story, which for better or worse. So it does make things a little tense, but I think we'll be good. The saves do help a lot in this one.
Do not forget to equip the sword. Everybody forgets to equip something once, and then they hate life for the rest of the time when they run into like a boss with the wrong equipment and can't unequip it.
Oh yeah, this game kind of follows. I'm not sure how many of the Ys games do it, but when you get into a boss battle, you can't access the menu anymore.
Yep. Well, that's most of them. Although at least Ys 2, you can usually just leave a boss fight, which is really funny, and it's a thing that everyone has done accidentally and reset the boss when they didn't want to because they accidentally left while trying
You
to
can do that in this too. Thankfully, out of all the dungeons in this game, this is the only one that actually has this little, walking through the dark mechanism, which I'm fine with.
It's so cool hearing the originals of so many of these tracks again. I've heard this soundtrack before, but like every time I watch it, it's like so good.
Oh yeah, really captures things well. I just wish I would have been like, I think I was 94. I was around 4th grade, and just been able to see this in action or whatever. My mind would have just been blown.
Mm-hmm.
Right, just going to safety herb here. Our first boss, the creeping creature. Some of the names I just call what Mabo Japanese runner of this calls them. So you can also call him the Belch Demon, and you'll find out why. Yep. But this boss, yeah. Very gnarly here. This one has a little sack that you have to run into, just circling around as you go. You got to be careful because each time it hits you, it does about 7 or 9 damage, and we're not at a good point in terms of health, so probably going to focus a little more as we go. But when it gets to one point, he is going to move a lot faster. Just go from there. Well, that's what stinks when you miss. You kind of have to go around again.
It's like a kind of boss where you have a set way to do things, and if you deviate from that, it just kind of goes pear-shaped.
Yeah. Now it's going to get faster. Not nerve-wracking at all. Probably one of the hardest boss battles really to get down for this run.
I know it only has 6 legs, but it probably should have warned anyone with arachnophobia. Oh, that's unsettling.
And there it's beaten. Every time you beat a boss in this game, you get up 1 level. It'll just, doesn't matter what level you are at or what experience, you'll go up a level for beating that boss. We have Lemnos, the guy we were rescuing from the mines, who got in here and is telling us how he got transformed that way by one of the members of the Clan of Darkness. We saw in the first cutscene trying to revive the big bad guy there. So,
Lemnos.
Karna and the other militia person are going to help them out, and we'll
He'll
fall
die if
out.
we don't get him some
Before
help.
that, we do need to change our equipment, since that silver bracelet
Adol, we're going
is
to
a good
take
experience
Lemnos back
booster
to the
regardless
village.
what level
Be
we're
careful
at.
on your
So
way
we can get
back.
back on there. That spider boss in Memories of Celceta?
I don't believe so, because the boss of the first dungeon in Memories is a giant bee.
Oh, okay.
And then it's a hermit crab. Like the bosses of the first dungeon.
Oh, okay.
You do fight like the 3 dark. They call them darklings. I don't know if that's still the term they used back then. Because there's definitely some little things that they that they changed or the fan translation kept like in line that are different from modern terms, like
Hmm.
that, and also like in Solseta they call them Remnos, so I guess they just did the RL thing.
Sure. Yeah, they do that a couple times on this as well. Aside from Lemnos or Remnos.
The boss music is the same.
Yeah.
Obviously, composition, not sound. I don't think they reused any of it. Some of the arrangements they did for Soulset are less than great. Like, I think the theme of Adol from this one is like excellent, and the thing that they did to it was not great.
Yeah, it kind of made it a slower paced one at that point as well, right?
It's well, just kind of a mediocre area theme, if I remember right. Like, they remix it into like a random area theme that just isn't as, it doesn't hit as hard as like the opening scene of the game.
Aw. Been a long time since I've played Memories of Cell Setup, but definitely enjoyed that one. Now we're going over to the towards Slano's tomb, which is in these lava pits, which is a great place. But we're also getting into the companion system of this game. Companions can join you at one time, just part of the story, but if they defeat any enemies, you do not get any of the experience that they get from that. So, but thankfully, they also auto-follow along, so you don't need to worry about them too much. They kind of take care of themselves very well, especially in a dungeon as windy as this one. Again, some of that awesome music on this.
After just pumping it up. Oh, it's so good. So can the buddies like take a bunch of damage and possibly die, or is like that not likely?
Now they, as far as I can tell, they're invulnerable. So
nice. Yeah, because
mission ever.
you have like escort sections in East 1 and 2, and they're kind of infamous for just like your buddies just getting stuck somewhere and dying.
Yeah. We get the awesome item, the treasure box key. Guess what it opens up?
We just went to a treasure chest to get a key.
Yep.
Good old RPG design.
Those are mine. Yep. Nice thing with this game, though, with any of the keys in this, you do not need to equip them. The game automatically says, okay, you got that, you can open that up. So, it really helps a lot.
So do you get the experience that for like your allies killing things?
Nope, they take it themselves, so it's unfortunate.
Scumbag. Oh, I see, yeah.
Right? It's frustrating in a future grind, but it's all good. You need to do here, you notice that there's a path there. Slight misstep, but that's okay. So we got that mattock, so what we're going to do is make a bridge. By doing that, we just go here and strike the ground with our mattock. We'll actually be using the mattock more than once in this game, which is kind of wild for games of this time, where you use an item more than once that you find. I'm going to be saving a lot in this place because the enemies are deadly, by which they move fast and also can change direction on you very quickly. So, it's kind of the bane of any game like this. Enemies get unpredictable, it's scary. Big windy maze here, but really good. That's one thing about this game, or one detail I really enjoy, is just dungeons don't feel like they're just, cookie cutter just put out. These feel organic, so it really gives you a fun feel exploring. I'll take this quick safety herb, which will also show a nice quality of life improvement here. If you have an herb, you can choose to use the one you have. So, nice refill. We are approaching Slano's tomb. There's this nice little pyramid here.
Yeah, somebody mentioning the enemy HP. Yeah, so the size of the bar is based on how much HP that they have. Later bosses, you'll see a lot more in that bar, as well as Adel's bar kind of fills up over the course of the game as you get in the upper hundreds.
Well, and here's a quick grind for one more level, and this is where if Karna gets a hold of that enemy, it gets frustrating. It's like, oh, I didn't want you to get that one. Well, that actually worked out pretty well that time.
Yeah, it tends to be the retro East game grind of run back and forth between a place as enemies spawn. It's just the most efficient way to get them to show up.
Oh yeah. Here we have a fun boss battle here. So it's a challenge. Move up here. Go ahead.
This boss theme they haven't reused. I'm going to use the word allegedly because I don't know how complicated this whole situation is, but I've heard this one was suspected of being plagiarized from some other source. So they never reused it. I don't know if that's accurate. They don't know if that's accurate, but yeah, like this one shows up in I think it's the final boss actually of SNES East 4 is the funny thing.
Yeah, it does look a little bit like Galbalon there, or as in the TurboGrafx 16 version, Demonicus.
Just shooting everything at you.
Yeah, it is definitely a wild boss here. There we go with that boss. The Flame Flinger. Guess what it did? Now we get introduced to one of the disciples of the great hero of this land. This one is Slano. Or Slano, however you want to pronounce it. But we also call him Mr. Blinky. But he's going to be giving us the fire magic and the ability to use magic. So
yeah,
we'll see more like along the way.
I mentioned basic combat is about ramming into enemies on the side. That doesn't apply to bosses. Usually just running into them at all will do damage, just because that's how you deal with enemies with really large hitboxes, since they don't have recoil usually.
The flames of justice will consume the evil one.
Yeah, here you do have some bosses that are weak to magic and some that are just weak towards weapons. I don't think there are any that are both, but definitely add some fun strategy when you're figuring these out. One thing you probably notice I didn't save before the boss battle. This game is very generous in kind of creating a checkpoint for you before a boss. So if you happen to face defeat during a boss fight, you will be revived right before the boss battle.
Adel,
So
you're okay.
I mentioned him by name earlier, but because of this game's original Japanese exclusivity, unlike some of the other games, there's not like a ton of people that we really have
Indeed it is.
Who's there?
done a ton of work with these games, but definitely a person you can probably credit for a lot of things with this particular route is Mabo, who's later gone on to help out with glitching and routing for a lot of more modern 3D Ace games, but he also set the framework for a lot of the new Game Plus category for this game.
Yeah. These all kind of started out me watching his run, just taking notes as it went through, and then just learning it that way. It's just observation, just such a fun run to figure out, because I mean, a lot of the New Game Plus one was from like 2018, so definitely a few years back. But I've been thankful he's been active on the Ease Discord, so he's been answering questions and throwing out suggestions or videos. So he's been a lot of huge shout outs out to him. Big thanks to Mabo.
That mystic one's very existence.
Here we have the Clan of Darkness himself without those fancy cloaks and masks. So
Just funny seeing them like this. It's kind of they changed their lore a bit and Salsetta, they appear individually in each of the first like, couple scenarios. And you don't actually realize Garuda is like a bad guy until about halfway through the game. It's kind of obvious, but they don't explicitly state it.
Yeah, give him a good sneer here.
Surprise.
You can't beat that early '90s anime aesthetic. It's so nice. It's nostalgic, but it was so charming.
Now,
Oh yeah.
my lovelies. Kill these two!
And we're gonna do a nice strat here too. Just walk on by there. Just go up the step.
Ignore him. Did Adol get washed ashore in this game? No, he didn't. But we successfully took the boat for once.
Yeah, and we have to take the boat again at some point. So.
What the?
So the one with the strawberry hair is Bommy. The bigger guy with the blonde hair is Gaddis, and then we have Garuda, who has the blueberry flavored hair, colored hair there. So.
Blueberry, that's a color.
Now we get to get out of here, but thankfully that place started shaking. Probably as Arna said, Lord Selena was maybe getting angry, so it does change the routes of getting out, but thankfully they're a lot shorter. So we'll get out of here pretty quick. Now we can use these spells. Which it's a fascinating mechanism on this one. I can, if I mash too fast, I'm not going to be able to throw out anymore. It limits you to 3 fireballs on the screen at a time. You can also charge a shot to throw out 4 of them, but it does make your life total blink as flash as you're doing that. This is kind of a neat thing they had there. So, not sure if this predated Mega Man X, but all good stuff.
I think Mega Man X was 94, so slightly. I do believe Charging Fire was the thing in East 2. At least, I don't know if it was in the original.
Okay. Here we get the Wind Flute, which we're not going to use much, but if you're playing the game casually, it's nice because you can use those at each of these spots, and summon this bird Roos will give you a note from Karna, kind of telling you what to do, so another great bit of quality of life they do for you in this game.
This game released 5 days after the first Mega Man X in Japan.
Wow.
just the little bit of trivia.
Eiji Inafune was like, "Oh, charge shots. What if Mega Man could do that?" Then again, that was like Mega Man 4 that he could do that. So,
yeah.
Darn. Still a fantastic game. And also some fantastic music here.
Yeah, one of the better arrangements in Salsetta, but I still think the original's better.
Yeah. I think it's the drum that does it for me on this one. It's great drummers.
The percussion samples they use, the percussion and synth were just like so ahead of everything else that was like available in the 16-bit era.
Oh yeah. One thing I am doing along the way is getting a couple enemies with those fireballs. We're going to get to a nice little grind spot. We do want to get a couple more levels for the next boss.
So East games historically, 1 or 2 levels makes an immense difference in the damage calculations. Like, you'll just take absolutely ridiculous amounts of fatal damage if you get hit until you get to like a certain level. And the damage you deal like just spikes by like several points. Like you might go from like doing 2 damage from one level to like 5 or 6, and that's like more than double.
Yeah. Nice little Mabo strat here. Just stand on the spot and shoot fireballs to the left to just hit the enemies. There we go.
This giant tree dungeon.
Yep. There's the nice little town here.
Yep.
was a good talk, and we're keeping on going here. And here's the original version of Burning Sword, which is one of my favorites for Memories of Celceta, though this one's a lot lighter. It gives me Weather Channel vibes.
Yeah, have you ever played the game with the Weather Channel music? So there's a thing where a lot of people were saying like, this sounds strangely like Kingdom Hearts music, and then somebody naturally made like the audio quiz of Weather Channel music or Kingdom Hearts soundtrack. It's actually harder than it sounds, especially if you're not like intimately familiar.
That is awesome.
I will tell you the true history of this land. Hear my thoughts.
There, we're talking with one of the first of the 3 sages in the game, and they're telling us the history of Celceta. We're learning about the Eldeen, which are winged ones that I think they predate Ys 1. Are these covered at all in Origins?
Eldeen held a power source.
The lore of these games kind of changes.
Under the divine
Sure.
protection of the Mask of the
They
Sun,
kind of mention like the
for
Yamelas.
1,000
Those come up more in
years
E6.
and
That
7
kind of like really explains like the roles of the god beings in this universe.
months. Great cataclysm
Sure.
was visited on the land.
Origin 1 and 2 don't quite touch on them, but 4, 5, and especially 6 really expanded the lore of how this series
None
works.
live now who know why it happened.
Okay.
But Origin did introduce like the original Darklings, basically. Like several of the antagonists in that game are related to the Darklings,
Survivors escaped to this
Oh,
land
okay.
which later would be
power of the Mask of the Sun.
you'd see them again as the antagonists of this game.
The
Sure.
undeveloped land of Celceta grew into the continent's most productive farmland. However, those folk who prospered so grew.
Not sure if it's the nature of these type of cutscenes, but I tried at one point, hey, let's just open the disc tray and see if I can skip it. Nope, can't do that.
War-torn Celceta was conquered with the scheme
Essentially, a kind of summary of this, it's kind of going over how the Eldeen came over to land of Celceta, brought prosperity, but then some that discord happened around, and some fighting, led by the Lord of Slaughter, Aram. But take away the S and he becomes the Lord of Laughter, but he's unfortunately not that in this one. He's not a happy person.
That is all I can tell you. There are 2 other sages like myself in this land. When you have heard the complete tale from all 3 of
After
us,
he's done talking to us,
we're
gonna leave. We're gonna be given an orb, which I like to just call like a VHS tape because it's used later on to do the cutscene again if you want. But about it.
Hey, be kind, rewind.
Oh, there you go. So it's a shame that not a lot of people get the joy of rewinding their tapes anymore. It's all digital now. Don't have to wait a couple minutes for it to rewind that movie for you.
To be honest, I won't miss it. It is nice that you can like easily rewind for like a little bit. But yeah, I kind of wore out the tapes.
Oh yeah.
I have a lot of nostalgia for old media, but VHS is like something I'm kind of glad we don't like watching video just through a file. Like there's a lot of convenience to it, even if it's not necessarily like I'd still rather have like a physical copy. Nice first step to the run.
Yeah.
I know some people look at the New Game Plus and the title and might think that this is just stomping things. No, it's New Game Plus just offers the higher EXP and gold rewards. He absolutely can just get eviscerated here, especially because there's very few iframes.
Yeah. Even the manual itself says save often, so. There you have the third boss, which is worse than Swooper in Soul Blazer. But that's okay, we'll do the best we can on this one. More fantastic music during this boss battle. So I'm going to go over here, just going to come down. Definitely a tense boss battle. I'm going to be safe here. Boss likes to do some patterns that really throw you off sometimes. There we go. Boss done. Now we see Talum, who looks like one of the co-hosts of the show a little bit. It's okay.
I remember that coming up.
That was the Sid.
Shout out to the Sid. Sid's on camera in the call, and I just see him giggling off to the side.
You're awesome, buddy.
You must now
Just get me out of whatever I was doing. Now I'm paying attention. What am I doing?
You're one of the great sages of this world.
Cameoed in the game. One of the great sages of RPG Limit Break.
I get the joy of leaving this place now.
That percussion and that like acoustic guitar synth. Oh, it's. I'd say music to my ears, but that's kind of literal. Butter.
Oh yeah. And we won't hear that song again for the rest of the game. Sorry.
It's fine. We're coming up on still some of my favorites.
Oh yeah. So now we're going to get the Rhoda Ring, which in the Japanese version is the Loda Ring, but it's essentially MP regen for you. And we also got the Alter Magic, which when I use it, changed me into this Rue form. Now, some nice things about it, and if I bump into enemies, they'll just talk to me, just for better or worse. But if you're playing casually, it's fun to see that flavor text there. Also, fireballs from enemies won't hurt me. But it also has the ability to help me swim, which comes into play here. Just gotta make sure I go the right way, though. There's also some other advantages to being in this form. You'll see me do some cutscenes in this form, and it helps me either shorten those cutscenes or just be able to be, instead of voices, we just get text. So very useful. Again, shouts to Mabo for figuring that out.
Garuda. It looks like that red-haired swordsman has gotten Talim's power too.
And then we encounter Clan of Darkness, talking about how we're getting the wands before they are. They're going after them.
If only I killed him then.
A little bit of planning while we're just hidden in the background here.
I'm sure he's still around here somewhere.
Now hold on. Don't be so hasty. We'll come back to the holy grounds. But now we have to report in.
So campy.
Again?
Oh,
Why
yeah.
do we always have to ask him for instructions at every
It's fascinating on
turn?
this part. It's like Garuda's about to explain a lot more,
First,
but
we have
then
to gain his confidence.
Mommy just says, yeah, I get it.
Yeah, I
And it's
get
like,
it.
oh, clever game.
What are you saying?
Hiding it also from us, players.
I do love when characters hit the skip cutscene button with their dialogue.
Absolutely. Didn't think of it that way. We're on a big, long bridge. Nothing bad can happen, right? Oh, crap.
I suppose suppose I'd better cut down this bridge so that swordsman can't cross.
He's pretty mean. He doesn't care that we're Aru, so he's going to cut that bridge down anyway. Also, fantastic perspective on the sprite work here.
You're going for a ride.
Bye-bye.
Whee. They even give the Rue add-on like several unique animations.
Yeah. The animation sprite work in this game cannot be understated. There's a lot of great stuff in this game.
I to this day still love sprite work. Like people call it a remnant of the past, but it's like good sprite work is timeless, and you see that with a lot of indie games as well.
Careful on your way home. Bye-bye.
Full agreement there. And we get to keep going up here. She did give us a nice little first aid there, which gave us 9 hit points, but you know, you get what you can. Soon get more introduction to Lisa there. Or Lisa. However,
one of my least favorite characters in Saga. Until the speedrun happened where we broke the sequence of things so bad, she finally became useful. she's the escort in an escort dungeon, which slows that down significantly. And then we skip that. And then now she just appears in the final boss and heals you anytime you take too much damage. And it's like, okay, you can't lose the final boss.
You're the best, Lisa. Little perspective here, we're actually going to be going to that place.
We did a run of a race of this game, or not this game. We did a race of Salsetta for RTA in Japan, and somebody did fan art of Lisa. And I'm like, you're the first person I've ever seen draw anything to do with this character, and I kind of loved it. And sadly, I think they privated their account since, but it was like, oh, that was sweet.
Oh, that's a shame.
Stop now. Well, you take care.
Bye. Now, if I did not use that herb before, with that boss battle, I would have used it now, but since we used it, we're just going to go through here safely. It would just give me a little more experience before upcoming grind, but we'll be fine. Yep, the fireball does nothing in this form. Good for the monsters for having friendly fire, however. They care about each other. With some of the monsters, you talk to them, they're like, watch out for the red-haired swordsman, he's killing everybody. Maybe that's a little grim.
It seems like being in the Rue state here is very nice, because you are so close to dead.
Oh yeah. Thankfully, we are near an item shop where we'll be able to take care of that for ourselves. I'm going to keep that equipped. And should probably equip that finally. First, we'll buy an herb. We're going to buy it twice because I'm going to use that one.
The shopkeeper is way too happy to sell you things.
He is the best. That enthusiasm. He should get Employee of the Month. One tip if you're playing this game ever casually, just always have an herb. They are your friend. We also got the Rota Fruit, which gets you a magic refill, and also we got the Batu Ash, which we're going to use later in the game. Let's talk to the Elder, which is another thing we have to do in order to open up the next place. Technically, you can walk past Lisa at the beginning there, but if you do, then you'll get up to the next dungeon and the door will be closed, so you don't want that. Those enemies, sometimes you get the bump or they get the bump. Lightning. Right. Well, that was a nice accidental damage boost. I'll call it that.
Gotta get those optimizations in where you can.
Yep. Thanks, game. Now, this is a spot where you definitely save as you grind. Thankfully, the enemy is, you can keep them good distance with the fireballs, but usually we just use the fireballs to keep them away. We'll be getting about, I want to say, about 5 levels from the, or 6 levels from this place, and we already got one of them. That doesn't take too long to get them. There's another one. I'm going to check the menu real quick. Okay, yep, so I need about 3 more level ups. Each level up in this game gives you 8 hit points except the last one, which gets you only 4, because it brings you up to the max hit point total of 400. So. One thing to note, I am playing on a 6-button controller. You're like, well, what difference does that make? Well, some games for TurboGrafx-16 used those. Like Street Fighter 2 gave you all the buttons for weak, medium, strong punches and kicks. This one lets you also have shortcut keys to essentially the equipment menu, item menu, save and load. So it can work really well, but learning it at first can be a pain, like accidentally loading a save that you didn't intend to. So it takes a little bit of practice. What's wild to me is Mabo's runs were all in 2 buttons.
I believe this game is along the lines of most East games where stat level ups are pretty much deterministic. They happen in the same every time.
Yep, pretty much.
I think the only game that ever really deviated from that was East 5, which, yeah, randomized stat level ups is kind of a mess in that game.
Yeah.
Like East 5 is
Jazzy
weird.
Jazzy Sama running the PS2 one of that lately. He's been mentioning that random being just a pain.
Yeah, we, I think, finally got our, like, first translation, like, English fan translation of the PS2 version, which is kind of like an infamous version of that game. But yeah, the original for that kind of became, I would describe as the prototype for the modern East, even though Napishtim didn't come out until, like, 6 or 7 years later.
Sure.
And that kind of became the mold for the East games of the entire 2000s.
Yeah.
He's still 7.
Making sure I had that bracelet on.
An unfortunate thing with the way they do levels is every level you get less EXP. It kind of like roughly halves.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, it takes a lot more to get takes like a lot more kills to get the first level up than the last one, or the last level and then the first one.
Yeah. Also paying attention more to my notes helps too. I was going more for the next level that I be later on, but nice thing with this game is if you get any experience and you go into a boss battle, you'll actually keep that experience that you had towards the next level. So having a little bit extra is not going to hurt you at all.
That's pretty progressive for the time. Like that's not a thing that happened as often. That was one of those things I remember growing up, like not liking about rare candies in Pokemon. I think they fixed that in like the later ones, but it's like it hits you to like the minimum EXP for the next level in a lot of those cases.
Wild. That one says, if you see the redhead swordsman, run away. So we're going to use that little safety herb there. One nice concept they used here too. There's like a vertical, like there's a line as I go up in this hallway. And it doesn't matter where I am on the horizontal axis there, I will get that item no matter what. So really cool way of forcing you to get an item. And it's one we'll need around here. So we're approaching our next boss battle here, which if we were in Adol's form, we'd have a lot more talking, but yeah, that'll be okay of a boss battle, right?
Get me out of here.
And one thing I'll do is equip that, which I'll need later, and also the herb. And then we go into the boss battle here, the Mother of Monsters, or That wacky waving arm inflatable tube person, I guess. Oh, and we also get, who stopped on by, the load time of the PC Engine Duo R sometimes. Just throws in a 10-second load time once in a while on you.
Fun.
Oh, I heard spinning. There we go. So here's the wacky waving arms there. And we just need to get that head as it pops out there. The other side of the pattern is it's going to shoot out 3 monsters there that we need to hit. I usually like to use a charge shot on them. And the tough thing with this boss is those arms can sometimes get in your way. So. Okay, that was a pretty good cycle there. We got a few more, but I think we're doing alright so far. It's definitely an annoying fight. Oh, and I leave one of those monsters alive. It works out well because it's not going to spit out another 3. So I wait a little bit and then I actually get that one. And I died. That's okay. Well, we'll do it again here. These arms can be mean.
Hitboxes seem really dank.
They are definitely. The other part that's rough is if you try to mash too fast, you can actually get yourself locked out for a couple seconds or so for some reason. I think it might be sprite level, sprite count on this battle or however else. There we go. Halfway there, so we're getting there. The boss is doing some Tai Chi for us there. This is a boss battle you can accidentally walk out the bottom on, so you gotta be careful or else you have to start over again. What a great feature. There we go. Now we beat it. Yay.
Right on.
And I'm going to switch to this form real quick, because otherwise she's going to talk to us, and we don't want that. And we switch back, and now we're set for this next cutscene.
Turn into a creature to get out of all of your problems.
Yep.
You don't have to talk to women. I was too distracted by adventure.
Exactly. And Adol ditched his buddies at the beginning of the game, just in the middle of the night. Yeah, I'm going to go on a boat to this other place. Adol might have a problem. So, this one spot here, we got our wands taken away because they're holding Lisa hostage. So, now we no longer have the fire wand or altar wand, but keep in mind who took them. They'll be significant later. You also find Durin was also buddies with these people at one point.
I come here looking for the Gold City, and I find my old comrades. What's wrong?
Old friends.
Played catch there, but Garuda wasn't good at catching that. It was a dagger, but maybe not the best thing to play catch with.
You deserted the clan like a coward, and you dare to show your face here now? I'll kill the lot of you!
Back off, Bunny. We have the wands. We don't have to waste any more time on these fools. Let's go!
I'm so sorry. It's my fault that you gave up those wands.
Oh, she's worthless in every game.
What's the deal, Adol? I don't see any gold anywhere. Man, disappointment. Oh, right. And just so you know, I'm not in league with those people anymore. I
But
cut ties with the clan.
That is something that they kept canon. I don't know if they've ever established like the Darklings at this point in the series history. Like they don't think they've codified that whole lore yet.
Just head in after them.
Yeah. Now I got 5 minutes to relax.
Fun. Yeah, it is a fan project, and I think that was the intent, like the vibe they were going for, is just make it sound as cheesy and early 90s as it could.
Oh yeah, and I think this was made around I want to say in the 20-teens at least, like early around that time.
It's an honor to meet the fabled savior of Ease.
I do like they have actual emotion. Like, listen, I did play through Ease 3 on TurboGrafx 16 CD recently, and wow, on some of those, it's almost like, Adol, why did you come here? I told you now to leave. My kiddos in drama was just laughing so hard at those.
I'm sure you never expected to see this stone again. Your black pearl. My people know it as the Speaking Stone.
LDL, you first meet him in person. The last surviving of the Eldeen is absorbing the power from the Speaking Stone?
Yeah, so LDL is like role changes. He's kind of like a neutral god who has like a dark side to him that kind of takes over in Soul Soda, but like I think they retconned him to be tied to the original goddesses.
Sure.
But he's like a full-on like baddie in East 4.
Okay.
All of the stone's power.
Yeah, they really get that good 90s sinister look on his face.
I've no more need of this thing. Be gone.
Stone!
And I'm not finished yet. When I am joined with the mask of the sun, the true source of power.
So LDL gets this part, and we get first mention of the Mask of the Sun.
The world will bow down at my feet.
We'll learn more about that as we go.
This place is useless to me now. And all your trivial metal ends here.
LDL gives us the price, or the gift of Force Lightning there. Boom.
Adol! Now nothing stands in my way. Now, let's go.
So now we can truly consider LDL maybe to be a bad guy. And we have Lisa and her dad, who looks like he's cosplaying Joseph Joestar from the second series of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure.
Mr. During carried you all the way here. Then he said he was going to try and track down those 3 of the clan. My father, Schalt, has something he wants to tell you.
My hair gets that gray, maybe I need to get a nice cloak like that and look that cool.
I haven't the words to thank you for saving Lisa. Perhaps you have the power to save Silseta, Adol. I will tell
And soon we'll get a little bit of Lisa telling us about her history with LDL.
Sacred district. Throughout many generations, attended.
In the meantime, they're talking to us without moving their mouths because they're Master Tranquility.
None of the villagers except for the elders and my father know that
Thank
I
you.
live in the sacred district.
There's a Ven in there.
So it's supposed to be like tranquilizer? Like they put you to sleep?
I don't know why that man inhabits the sacred
Well,
district,
depends on how long they talk.
but he is the last survivor of the Winged Ones.
Eldiel used to be very kind-hearted. He was always glad to see me, no matter what kind of boring stuff I'd talk about. He'd always listen.
Look at that nice, gentle smile. I mean, he can't be a bad guy.
Just to be around him.
He's gotta be a good one.
But something about him changed somehow.
Yeah, that's still the lore. Okay, they kept. He's 4. I seem to remember he's he's 4 changes how he plays out in the story in a very different way. Because I played SNES, he's 4, Mask of the Sun. Kind of the consequence of sending 2 different developers to make the same game. They do very different interpretations with it.
Oh yeah.
As my daughter said, he changed.
Makes it a pain probably when you're also managing the speedruns leaderboards for it.
Showed up in this land. I'm certain that those 3.
Fascinating, there's also a version of this game on PS2.
Please, Adol.
And it was something like
be an East game with it being released on 6 different platforms.
No. Save all of those.
If you can name a console, if you can name a East One is like the Doom of RPGs in that if you can name a console, it's probably been ported to it.
No kidding.
I wouldn't be surprised if it could run on like some sort of Xbox at this point.
Absolutely, yeah. It just seems to be definitely a foundational game in a lot of ways.
There's a solid 2-hour video essay on just like the history of the game and like every single version of it and like just how many wild changes they made.
Yeah, I saw there was one for Sharp X68000. They had like photorealistic characters in it, and that looked that was a decision.
These 3 is also on Sharp 68K. It's actually an interesting thing because the most recent port, Memoir, has the option to play this Sharp 68000 soundtrack. I'm partial to the remake soundtrack of that, but there's always appeal to the 8 and 16-bit versions.
Yeah. Now we get another Weather by the 8s here. Music's definitely a little bit more of that calm weather channel vibe. We're doing the strat of holding right, which works pretty well on this part.
It's neat because like there's a lot of dungeon locales you just don't see much of in honestly either version of East 4 besides this one, if we count Salsetta. Yeah. I don't even think there is a desert level in that game anywhere.
Yeah.
I don't remember if it's in Mask of the Sun, but I also played that like 8 years ago, so my memory of that's a little fuzzy.
Yeah. So we use the sand whistle we got from a person in the village, and it opens up another pyramid that we're going into, which, you guessed it, another of the 5 disciples of the great hero of Salsetta.
This whole thing sounds like a pyramid scheme.
Oh. Better take him down then. This is Miu's tomb, which is a fun name, and also here's a boss which feels a lot like Sandfinger from Illusion of Gaia in some of the worst ways, so we just need to go back and forth with this tail. Now the RNG happens, where I hope that, I mean, he's doing a lot of fun jumps, that Earth element, but I hope he comes back and just hooks that tail up so we can kind of finish this. That herb that we have right now, I have it equipped because usually it's kind of a dicey part to take damage there, so, well, that was actually kind of a fast one there. See those hits do a lot of damage, but there we go, boss beaten. Now we meet Miu. Gives us one of the most handy spells in the game, warp magic. So we'll be able to warp to the different towns in the game.
Yeah, these games kind of change how they handle it, but I think the majority of them, if not nearly all of them, have some ability to warp.
Yeah. Playing East 3, that PC Engine, I was kind of hoping they had that a little bit, but it was a lot of, oh, shoot, I gotta go through all this to get an herb again against the evil Merlin or whatever boss is giving me trouble. Now we'll equip that and put back on that silver bracelet. And for some reason they used a Triforce there on that. Not sure why, but hey, they be them, I guess. Nintendo didn't notice, so it's okay. This part's a little bit more tricky since you have to go up instead of down. So there's a little bit of a path you can kind of go on this one. You can use a little bit of damage boosting as you go through, but it's tough to get that to be consistent. So,
from the makers of Down, the sequel, Up.
Nice.
Best enjoyed with its good partner in crime, Right.
Oh, if they throw left in there, I'm really going to be mind blown there. So here we have the fun glitch that Mabo found, which you load and you hold right, and you just get damage boosted through that. Normally you'd have to go left and all the way around to do that, so... Not sure if that's the 5th one of Strata I've used of Mabos yet, but I like to call it Mabo number 5, but all good things.
Oh, that's great. Yeah, so we have 2 people in the East Discord. We've given the affectionate nickname Raging Bull, which is a reference to a party member from East 9 who's really good. We have Jado, who has broken a lot of the 3D East games, and we have Mabo, who has also broken a lot of the 3D East games, but also found a lot of strats for this game.
Fine then! To hell with all of you!
Now here begins, like I like to call the Saga of Tim, since we're going to be... This one little kid that we rescue at that point is named Tim. We're going to be seeing him a lot in the game for some reason. But first we're going to be hitting the buttons correctly this time, and getting a nice sword from Promalock, the first part in the game. Also getting another item from Fire Village, which required that treasure box key earlier on, but since we have the warp magic, it makes leaving that a lot faster, so that's why we do it at this point. And we'll heal up just to be nice here. It's usually a spot where I buy an herb anyway, so I'm just kind of force a habit there. Nice thing too is when you face monsters now, you feel so strong. One mechanism of this game is as you defeat monsters as you're higher in level, the experience they give you diminishes. So it might give you like 50 when you defeat them. Next level, they only give you 25. And it's their way of forcing you to not to keep moving on, not just grind at one spot up to the final level, which is 50 on this game. We get the power ring. That one doubles damage we do against any monsters. However, in this game, the rings only apply to monsters, not bosses, so unfortunately we don't get to take that advantage with us. So, with the nice stuff we got, and we're good there, so we'll keep going here. Not sure why they have little Godzillas there, but I guess maybe they liked the Skyju movies back then. Or even now, they're still making those. You'll see me defeat enemies that just pop up. There's invisible enemies in this game because they just decided to. Yeah, so I'm just going to save real quick because monsters up here can really kill me fast. Those dragons give great experience. However, they move very fast, and they also move vertically, so that is a very tough part there. It's like, okay, we're good. Ugh. Ooh, that was a close one. All right, now the next boss battle.
Of course, managing HP being extremely important, because when you level up, you only get the, like, additional health. They're not at the point where leveling up yields you to full yet.
Yeah. I still have that herb, so thankfully you can help me on this battle. The only disadvantage to the herbs is as you get more experience, it takes longer to fill up your life bar. It's not like an instant boom. It just takes its time going up. This boss is probably one of the hardest ones when you're playing this casually, because there's a lot of stuff flying around, and you're trying to hit the one that the monster's in. If you accidentally hit the one with the kid in there, then you'll just kind of shout, but you're not hurting him. And then he just jumps around. Icicles fall down from the ceiling. I'm just going to use that just to be safe. And spits out stuff at you like that. And then someday he'll decide to break up again. There we go. He does a little shimmer as he's kind of flying around and pick at first. And if he does that, you hit him at that point, he is going to hurt you. So, since our armor is very much still the first armor in the game, it will hurt a lot. This game doesn't have iframes, it has Y-frames. Like, why is that even considered a frame? That was a battle. We're almost there. One more cycle.
Well, it seems like a combination of a couple of bosses from East 1, just better than those versions.
Yep. Oh, and we hit the kid by accident. That's okay. Oh, got one more cycle. Wow. Today I learned that you can have the boss that low and it'll still be alive there. That's okay.
Need to breathe on it.
There we go. And Ice Mirror is down. There's little Timmy.
Thank you, swordsman. Oh, Tim, are you hurt?
The old man's voice there really seems like he's trying to harness his inner Adam Sandler, not sure, but really gets that going.
Now let's go home. Say thank you to the nice man.
Thanks, mister. My name's Tim. I'm from Libra Village. Since you helped me out, I'll tell you a secret. A little bit past here is an old village called Venus. The only person left there is this really old wise man. Grandpa says I'm not supposed to go play over there by myself, though. He thinks I'll just get in more trouble. But he probably won't yell at you if you go instead. Oh, and if you ever come to Libra, maybe we can play.
Well, swordsman, we're going to head back to Libra. Feel free to visit us anytime.
Yeah, they really tried pretty good on this voice work. Alright, so now we're going to talk to who I like to call Lighthouse Baby, but also just another of the sages. Now we get our second half of the story of the history of Celceta.
I have crossed time and borrowed this body to tell you the history of Celceta. Close your eyes and hear the voice of my spirit.
I'm having a hard time making out anything he's saying. Oh, man. The compression is real.
was the load time of my CD, but it'll happen. Because of that, usually when I'm running this, I play it on the Mister or something I can turn off the seek time because it's just so inconsistent sometimes.
Along with its people.
Aaron with his force of shoulder pads there.
When power replaced justice, all of the people lived in constant fear. But one day, fate brought a hero.
We learn of the great hero whose name is LaFonce, which is not French for the Fonts, or Arthur Fonzarelli.
Followers fought under the flag of fellowship and justice. And
Try not to call him Discount Adol, because that's kind of rude to him.
Slano, the military warrior without peer.
There's his disciples. We have the Cid, and then we have Mew, Tori, and a couple others showing up here.
Rady, the wise and learned diplomat. And Tori, sorceress of light.
Roddy and Slano.
Just call the headband guy Bowie.
There we go. This was the great battle of shoulder pads between the really big ones or the tasteful doubles.
LaFonce and his 5 disciples defeated Aram.
God, I love that 90s anime armor. It's so over the top, but it's
overwhelming support.
charming.
LaFonce founded the Salsetan dynasty with himself.
But after he became a hero, then he kind of went more reserved. It's kind of more of a rounded one, but still that double tier.
Where he was given the source of greatest power, the Mask of the Sun. King LaFonce used that power to build a great citadel overnight, and the mask was
I love his
enshrined at
80s
its
hair as
center
well.
in the Temple of the Sun. Then, to help control the power
Nice
of the
flow in the
mask,
back.
a twin was
That's the way to go.
the Mask of the Moon. The Salsetan dynasty, with the blessings of 2 masks, saw unprecedented prosperity, with humans.
The question is how you see through that thing. If it's maybe just lenses that you can kind of see through that mask, or if it's just maybe through the red thing on top. Who knows?
I wonder if it's like
Game
the
will never
mask
tell us.
eyes from Piece 1, where you put it on, you can't see anything moving, but you can just kind of see invisible things.
Yeah. Now we warp back to main town and see, make sure that they got back fine. And meet Waldo, the elder of this village.
We found him.
Yes, we did it. And I finally first realized his name was Waldo.
Look, I'll show you. Huh? My legs. Something's wrong.
Hey, Tim, what's wrong?
Earlier, Timmy did mention he had a scratch on his leg from the monster, and unfortunately, it's turning him to stone. So we get to help Timmy a bit more.
Your legs are turning into stone. That demon's poison must enter your wound.
Your grandpa's pretty distraught because he doesn't know a doctor in this village. So, but we do know someone we can go to. So, I'm gonna go back to Fire Village and talk to Dr. Flare. But before that, we're going to equip that and also buy an herb because we had to use one. One thing I really like is he knows we have warp magic, so he's like, okay, then let's warp to that village faster. I love it when games kind of acknowledge the things you have and find. Now we need to get the Salsetta flower. We also need to talk to Gilliam. This, no relation to Terry Gilliam, but all good stuff there.
Salsetan stuff just kind of shows up throughout the East series. The Panacea is like often a full recovery item.
Sure.
There's also like Salsetta drop or whatever. It's often like a thing that increases your max HP. It's kind of one of those things of like various different places in these games come up quite often. Like it's all one interconnected like world, even though the individual games are largely independent of each other.
Sure.
Minus like a few details and recurring characters.
Yeah.
Kind of one of those
Well,
nice
if they
things
ever-
about the series, where it unlike Falcom's other big series, Trails, each game is mostly independent of the other ones. So you can kind of play them in any order you want, but you kind of pick up on the little pieces of things that connect each game and the different little bits of world building and lore.
Yeah. Well, if they put out an official Ys timeline book, but that would probably be quite an endeavor there. So here on this raft, I don't get to control the direction. I just get to go for the ride here. So, and these monsters aren't so nice. So that's why I'm kind of going like this. I'm actually going to whip, instead of the silver bracelet, the gold bracelet. It says I'm going to try to get 10,000 gold coming up here soon. So it's a little bit faster. And I have another grind coming up, so it's faster to do the gold grind here versus the experience grind later on versus here. Turbo graphics time. Look at this graphics. Mind blown.
You are on a raft, but at least you don't have to watch out to make sure that Bannon doesn't die.
Exactly. Shouts to FF6. Good stuff there.
Yes, as many times in my first playthrough of that game, Bannon would end up getting killed at some point and I'd have to reset. And it's like, I hate this NPC more than I should.
Why did that tentacle always come up there? Here's the Clan of Darkness again. They're going to give us the worst first aid after falling off a waterfall.
I've got a much better idea in mind.
They refuse to just actually kill you until the game says you can fight them as a boss.
Yep. So then we get to be this nice little fluffy monster thing.
You'll roam the forest for the end of your wretched days.
They're just like, see you later. If you try to call the bird in this area, they'll run away scared. And again, following what the manual says, save often. There we go. These monsters aren't too terrible, but they can sometimes change the direction in a way that really just takes down your health. That was a nice hit there. It took about a quarter of my health.
So, that's where this.
Yeah, we cannot stress enough to people who are just coming in here. Just because this is New Game Plus does not mean this is easy. It's really just means you have to kill fewer. You have to kill fewer things to get the money and EXP you need. That's really the basic gist of it.
Yeah, I think it's about almost a 20-minute difference between just straight New Game Plus and this. We just got another item, the Tablet of Sorrow, which again, thank you game for just letting us walk to a spot and then just get it. And then we'll talk to the final sage. There's a mummy. I guess they try to do like someone who's, you know, middle-aged or older, then the baby, and then the mummy. So again, the flashlight eyes there.
My name is Arya. Now, I will tell you the end of the legend.
Now this person might be familiar to anyone who's played like Ys Book 1 or 2. This one specifically Sig Fact. That last name Fact, remember that.
Yeah, it comes. That's one of those things that kind of connects several games. It comes up in Origin. It's one of the names of the books of Ys 1 and 2. The final boss of Ys 1 is Dark Fact, which is a funny name, but not as funny as what it sometimes gets romanized as, which I won't repeat here. But it's let's just say you replace the A with the U in one of his names, and guess which one.
The Mask of the Sun's
Yeah, the Pac-Man, Puck-Man thing then.
Yeah, exactly.
fell into Seek Fact's hands. Seek used
We
the
see at
power
one
of the
point he
Mask
did
of the
have
Moon
also
to
the
subvert
Mask of the Sun, which
Sun
wasn't so
to his
happy.
twisted purpose. Because of this, the Mask of the Sun became unstable.
Again,
And
great
eventually,
sprite work by
great crisis
Soft
befell
on this one.
Earthquakes, famine.
Soft really doesn't get enough credit for their like historical, just high quality productions. 'Cause, I mean, like they were the original producers of the PC Engine / TurboGrafx, and
In order to seal away the power of the
they're probably more known for some of their more peripheral franchises over the years. They were the original creators of like the Bomberman series, which is so relevant that literally just got a collection drop after the direct a few days ago.
Yeah, also Adventure Island games on Nintendo.
There now remains no evidence that it ever existed at all.
Basically, the sages said at this one point later on, the descendants of those disciples basically used the Mask of the Moon to seal the big city of gold underneath the forest. So, and like those fancy mahjong tables that go down and bring up all the tiles for you, automatically shuffled. It's like, oh, we're bringing the city down, covering it up so you can't see it anymore.
Bless whoever came up with those auto tables.
Suppose that's kind of like with... I play a lot of board games, and sometimes like, oh, I want to get a fancy board game table, but people who play a lot of mahjong are like, oh, having an auto shuffler would just be incredible.
It's like hundreds of dollars for a table for one game. It's just almost kind of funny to think about, but yeah, no, it's it's one of those things when you have the convenience, you just can't go back.
Yeah. It's what we do for our hobbies.
I mean, as speedrunners, I mean, how much have we all, by and large, spent on equipment and getting like console versions of games that sometimes run for probably more than they should.
Yeah. This PC engine I'm playing on, I actually modified it to put in this Turbo Nanza mod that outputs S-video and RGB, and that was a time. But it works great now, so. All the fun hobbies we have.
So you're saying that you're actually running this on a PC engine and not just a Mister?
Correct. Right now, this is on PC Engine hardware.
Heck yeah.
For some reason, on my Mister, it was running in mono sound. So I was like, well, let's, for this, I'll keep with this one here. So the magic number on gold here is 10,000, thankfully, since I have the gold bracelet equipped. It happens pretty quickly here. That's why I save my game. Alright. There we go. Now I'm going to change back to the silver bracelet, which I got to change a little bit of routing on my side because I'm going to have to equip something else anyway soon. All good stuff, though. And now we drank some nice stuff, and we are back to normal form. So, I grabbed the Salsetta flower that Dr. Flair needed, so last thing I'm going to change is just my magic ring, just because of its ability to regenerate some of our magic as we're going, which we'll need. Since he needs to get his stuff, we need to talk to a couple people first. Includes the Elder and Lemnos again, who has joined the town militia. And we show him the Tablet of Sorrow, and he says, hey, we should go back to Asteria because maybe you'll find what you need there. And he needs to get some stuff there anyway for making an elixir from that Salsetta flower to cure Timmy. Before we do that, we have to go into this bar that we couldn't get into at the beginning. And we just leave right away because that's all we need to do. The game just says, well, did you go there? Cool. I'm back on the boat, and sorry to disappoint, but it will be a successful voyage.
Yeah, I don't think they quite set up the shipwreck thing until like E6. It wasn't his first shipwreck, but it's like that's kind of the point. It became a running joke. Yeah, so Salsetta is in, I think it's Roman territory, and Asteria is kind of where the where East 1 and 2 take place. There's like there's like a map somewhere of like what the East world looks like. A lot of the places, they're basically just real world places. Like you look at the map of like the continent is Eurasia. It's just Europe. You know, Romans. It's just ROMN. There's a place called there's a place called Espani, which is just Spain. Glia, which is based on Gallia. The Alp. A place called Greek, and then of course there's a continent called Afroka.
I wonder which one that is.
And East 5 takes place, I believe it's actually called Alexandria, and it's Xandria, which is based on Alexandria in Egypt.
Sure.
Lost Kingdom of Sand.
Do whatever you wish with it.
So we see that Clelia equipment that we had earlier, and now essentially Leo's giving that to the Clan of Darkness because none of his men or him can use it, so he's going to let them have that. So we need to know, but we also see that they're kind of teamed up a little bit, and Gaddis wants to go to Asteria to get the Mask of the Moon. Neat little stuff there. We're also approaching a nice little skip here that, again, I'm not sure if Captain Drake, who also did a run of this like a month or so around the time that Mabo was doing his, you have a nice little skip to get you past 3 screens really quickly, and it's a very simple one. So I'm just going to warp back to this town again, and that'll get us through 3 screens, and here we are. Yay, we did it.
You even mentioned Keith Fact, which is a character who appears in East 2.
Oh, he is? Okay.
Yep, he's turned into a lizard man in that game.
Oh, okay. Oh, Keith really has a rough time. And that's a fact. Oh.
To see a lot of this stuff is just, it looks like East 1. Like, it's kind of one of those things that this particular version actually ties into the earlier East games. Like, a lot of these maps, you know, are just kind of the same or very similar.
Mm-hmm. Nice little bit of fan service, which is kind of ahead of its time.
This was them kind of just tying all the games together.
Yeah. Then we find out from the old woman there that that Tablasaro mentioned around this area that there was a great mask. So maybe it's the Mask of the Moon, we don't know, but we need to talk to the goddesses of ease to find that out. So first we need to equip this awesome harmonica. Get through that totally visible entrance to this town.
Yeah, the harmonica being like a device given out by Rhea, one of the goddesses, who you meet in East 1 and 2, and kind of just, the harmonica kind of just uses their power, basically, anytime you play one of their songs, which the song is literally named for one of the goddesses, that being Fina. Welcome just kind of had a thing with harmonicas. For anyone who's played Trails in the Sky, you know what I'm talking about.
Still a series I need to explore someday.
Well, it's kind of big now, so
yeah.
I don't blame anyone for finding it imposing.
It's like, hey, you should watch One Piece. Okay, how many episodes? Over 1,000. Oh.
Oh, yes. Yeah. So, part of the showcase today is they're also going to show off Geis versus Trails in the Sky, which is a crossover fighting game that they made, so we'll get to that later, but yeah, you get like a very small tidbit of that.
Yeah.
Layers harmonica. Interesting choice of translation for Ria's name.
I think it was the person who gave it to us, but I don't know.
Might be. I could totally see that being either one.
Then there are a little bit of flashing lights here, but it's the goddesses of ease that they like to show transparently by blinking them quite a bit.
Adol, can you hear me? It is I, Fina, goddess of ease. Much as I hate it, there's no time to celebrate our reunion. Your strength is needed once more.
Have you been well, Adol? It's Lair. According to the stone tablet you carry, we goddesses came originally from LD.
That hair's
homeland
cotton candy flavor.
along with the
Maybe, I'm
Black
not sure.
Burrow.
Might be bubble gum.
Please
That one's
think back
definitely
to the
blueberry,
legends
though.
of the Great Forest. We left Eldine for Salsetta, as did the Mask of the Sun with the winged ones of that time. Eldiel is the last of their kind. Even now, he seeks to break the seal on the Mask of the Sun, now so deeply buried.
In order to unearth that power,
So here, basically, the goddesses tell us about, kind of know about Eldiel a little bit, whatever else. And they're going to give us the Mask of the Moon, and warn us not to let the Mask of the Sun be unlocked, or however on that end.
Something to mention is, even though we are playing on the fan translation and fan dub, it actually doesn't affect time. Like, text boxes and voice. Yeah, the text boxes and voice don't really impact things that much. I believe the cutscenes like take the same amount of animation frames, so it's like the dub wouldn't change anything.
Yeah. I did find a little bit playing with this Taz once, like just a little bit, just to see how it is at the beginning. There is, I think, maybe a little bit more text boxes in the English one versus the Japanese one, but again, you can set the text speed to be so quick it really doesn't impact things too much.
It's actually a good thing you mentioned it, because it didn't really occur to me either. Like, you're like, oh, we're tied to the line of dialogue, and it's like, no, the animations just run this long.
Absolutely. There are a couple instances on the dub where it's, I think one of them with the goddesses where she's talking and you just see her mouth still talking even though the voice actor is finished. But again, part of the charm. There we go. We're set up for our next grind, which we'll have to get 3 levels. We'll have to go to a familiar place.
Get your jam emotes, everybody, because this is a banger. And this place is called Zeptic Village in later runs, but seeing it as Zeptic or whatever, I'm like, that's kind of a worse word.
Did you get your Zeptics tank fixed at your home?
Get out of here, you Zeppos.
Not sure if it's called this in the original version, but Agu Beded, the name of this place. We're just going to go through the side door. Alright, banger alert.
Every version of this track is like a banger. East Origin, East 1, East... There's a... It's like a smooth kind of... It's like a smooth lounge music version of this in Trails to Azure, which, like, as an Easter egg. It's like, so good.
Another spot to save constantly because that was one hit that enemy did.
Yeah, this is the only version of East 4, I believe. I'm 90% sure you never go anywhere near here in SNES East 4. It's been so long since I played it. I don't remember it. But yeah, I think this is the only one that you actually go to Darm Tower in East 4, which this is the final dungeon of East 1. And the entirety of East Origin.
The way the song really reminds me is a bit of my mind is blanking out a little bit, but a little bit of Walk the Dinosaur from the Super Mario Brothers movie. And then a little bit of James Brown too. Again, quite a banger of a track.
I mean, this music is so solid that I'm like, did this escape from the remake? Where did this come from? It feels completely detached from reality, almost.
No, the PC Engine could just had like PC Engine CD-ROM just had such advanced sound for the time. It was like not the only thing like console-wise I think that came close was the Sega CD.
Yep. I think this was actually definitely one of the first CD-based consoles for the add-on, and they had like I want to say 2 different versions of it, like CD-ROM and then the CD-ROM squared or Super CD, something like that. But same one this is like on the 3rd iteration of it, and it was the same one used for Dracula X Rondo of Blood, which quite a powerhouse for that game or the system. Strange feeling there. Might have to use that mask. I'm going to take a little bit of damage on purpose just to make sure it helps out with the future boss coming in. Fresh fruit in a dungeon in a treasure box. How could that be? It's actually pretty useful. It's kind of like a rare candy in Pokemon. So it'll give us a free level up, but it'll be very useful later on. So it's worth the detour to get it.
I'd still rather just use it when you can get the maximum amount of EXP for it.
Yeah. Here we'll equip. This might be like the Mask of Eyes in that other one there. Because it does make some enemies.
That is how the Mask of Eyes work. Okay.
And we got to use that Mattock again, which is really cool too.
It's specialized. I just hit. Okay, we're here at the mirrors. Yeah, this was another East 1 kind of mechanic. Of go through the mirrors, they take you to a different mirror.
So, we needed a mask to get through a secret hole in the wall, a Mattock to break down a hole in the wall, and a trip through the mirrors.
Yeah, great security system, huh?
How does anybody get around here?
Not supposed to. It's a big, tall, foreboding tower.
No bathrooms either. What's the deal?
Just go over the side.
Yeah.
just ignore the possibility of anyone being outside the tower.
We could see Lily again. We could have saw her earlier, but we just skipped it because, we gotta be fast.
She's just here to be kidnapped again.
Yeah. So, Gaddis is going to sick upon us Keith fact. So we get to see him again. He wants the Mask of the Moon, and he'd rather take it from our dead corpse rather than just ask please, but he probably wouldn't say yes to that anyway.
King, descendant of Back, kill Adol and take the Mask of the Moon!
You two, please stop!
Adol, you must die.
The low health is going to help me because this will make it a lot faster here, so essentially, I just get to... there we go. That was a good fight. We have a slight intervention from the goddesses of ease here. We'll hide a little bit for fun. Oh, now you can see us.
Keith will be all right.
So they took care of him, and from here they say, from now on, no one's going to be able to control the minds of anyone in Asteria. Which is nice, but it would have been nice if they kind of expand it to the rest of the world, but I guess do what you can.
Brave warrior, the rest falls to you.
What the hell was that? What's wrong, Keith? Get up!
I love the voice acting for Gaddis in this.
Now you'll get
No,
the
stop
honor of
bullying
fighting
my
the
man,
Red
Keith.
Caddis personally. For the honor of the Clan of Darkness, you will never escape this tower alive!
Good intensity. This boss battle is going to be very tough. The big thing is the patterns. So, notice he's using fireballs that look very familiar to the ones that we used to shoot. Oh, that's because that flippin' doodle, he's using our own stuff against us. That's a very scary beam to have shot at us. That one can really drain our health very quickly. Now he's trying a charge shot. And notice his life bar blinked, so that's actually one of the ways I found out you can do charge shots in this game.
It's a cool touch, too. Like, that kind of informs you of, that's kind of how he telegraphs his attack through interface.
Exactly. He's really being nice with those. There we go. Oh, that was a good timing on that one, too. That would not have been a nice shot against us there.
He has quite a menacing, like, projectile attack in Salsetta, so, like, yeah. I just enjoy seeing him get owned. That is quite an annoying fight in that game.
Yeah. Yeah, we get the fire magic back.
Oh God! Run away!
Of course, all the soldiers are scared.
Oh, I forgot. I haven't heard the delivery on that line. Oh, that was so good.
Adolf, thank you so much. Keith will probably...
Keith, Lily, are you guys all right?
Scary to see that.
I heard the whole thing.
I really wanted to unmute just to laugh. But I knew how obnoxious it would be, so I resisted the urge.
I'm alright. Gotta see some transformation technique on me. And I'm sorry.
Love this game.
I'm the descendant of a priest of mental discipline, and I let myself get controlled.
No, we were all concerned, but Keith's okay.
Come on, let's get
So
out
now
of
our
here.
time in Asteria is almost at an end. Sadly. But there's also that kid still we need to worry about, Timmy. There's Dr. Flare. How convenient. Notice none of his friends are like, why'd you ditch us back then at all, you smart butt? But no, I guess they're cool with that, however. So I am going to switch to that one there. It's a little bit easier.
I've given him the medicine.
When you're mashing the 1 button, yeah, on PC Engine the buttons are 1 through 6. That button's also used to do the warp, so it's kind of a pain when you accidentally bring up the warp menu when you're trying to mash through a conversation.
Grandpa?
Oh,
Timmy's back.
Jimmy, you understand me?
Jimmy.
Of course I can. Don't worry so much.
He has a good impression of Sonic. some reason they use the sonic spin noise for his running around.
It's dangerous out. You don't leave the village. You hear me?
So we'll never have to worry about Timmy again.
But he's well again, so
Maybe.
that's what matters. Dr. Flair and all. Thank you. Thank you very much. If not for you two, oh.
Very happy grandpa there.
Well, I'm glad we got here in time. So what are you gonna do now? Me? Well, I'm gonna go...
Move it, guys, you're in the way!
Well, it sure does look like Tim's doing a lot better.
Okay, does that rule look familiar?
What's with you?
That was the form we had when we used the altar wand. We still don't have the altar wand, so who could that be?
Hey, Tim!
Find out.
Adel, I really think it's important that we keep this between you and me. For now, at least. You know, the villagers already have enough problems as it is. What's that, my boy? Ah, he couldn't have gotten far. I mean, he just left.
We will grind a couple levels, so I'm just getting that prepped. But go to an area where if we tried to explore it earlier, we would not be able to get in at all. So I do like games that kind of do that, where they show you something early on. It's like, oh, man, will I go there again someday? Yeah, this is kind of that game. Just making sure I got that equipped good. Here, these silver minotaurs are going to give us the best experience, so I'm trying to focus on them. They also don't tank as much damage as those spheres do. So. Unfortunately, they are not vulnerable to our magic. So, to do that, just get a lot of tink noises. Alright, one down, one to go. Oh, you farting butts. There we go. We're gonna save. Let's be safe on this. We're almost there, though. We get through one of the really fun dungeon, which has, I think, my favorite theme in this game, which is the theme of Adol 93 soundtrack. There we go, good enough. Next is 1979, which is also a good song by Smashing Pumpkins. You learned something.
Hey, mister! I get it. You want to take me home, right? Not gonna happen.
That kid. Timmy's the best. He makes us promise we won't take him back to the village. No, one of the most fun dungeons in the game. And Timmy decided to teach us how fire hurts us. So thanks, Timmy.
I think the chars on my skin would demonstrate that information quite handy.
I think so.
Battle 93, pretty good one.
Yeah. Saving here because using a route from Mabo that goes a little bit faster through that. So it saves about 3 seconds. Don't worry, the fireballs just go through those kids. That kid
You're
and
not trying this at home, parents, as much as I know sometimes you want to.
One very little detail in the controls in this compared to Ys 4 Mask of the Sun. I'm not sure if you can do it on this one, but you can move diagonally. Makes bump combat a lot easier. Just to be able to shift yourself as you go, kind of, you know, almost like a strafe. But really nice that it's in this game. It's very refreshing after playing Soul Blazer so many times. And then we fall through this big hole. Now we're stuck in this room, the door's locked, so who's gonna help us here? Not sure who, but the breaker of walls himself, Dogi.
Dogi. No. This is back before they retconned him out of the game. He only like appears in flashbacks in Salsetta. They had to change the story around a bunch.
Oh yeah, didn't they make Darren kind of the Dogi-ish role in that one?
He is discount Dogi in that game. Nobody's particularly happy. It's kind of the worst, one of the worst playable characters in that game. They had to change it so that like the main character loses all his memory, and if he does that, then kind of can't really have Dogi in that game.
Yeah.
Oh, shut up! Come on, let's go.
Notice how many holes we're going through in walls here. Slowing on this one here first. Hey, mister, something I want to know. What obnoxious kid, what is it? That room we just came through has a door attached. Look, it's unlocked. Why'd you break the wall exactly? Shut up.
The all-important question to ask of this man. The funny thing is, I don't think he breaks walls that often in like the later games, even though he is known for the wall crusher. It is really funny though how it's a clue in East 10, because like everyone in East 10 gets transformed, but Dogi's the only one who, when transformed, breaks the wall.
Okay. Slight alert.
Rused.
It's just you.
Oh, that's Gotti.
Yep. He didn't have enough time in the oven there for being revived by LDL.
I think he spent too much.
Remember me from Darm Tower?
Yeah, maybe.
I remember you.
True.
You may have
Got that
killed
Two-Face going on, man.
However,
Yeah,
Master
definitely Two-Face
Eldiel
there.
gave me one last chance for redemption. This time will be different. Now you die.
This boss battle is a pain because there's a lot of having to shoot very close to lightning that's firing at you like that. And then the second phase is a lot more lightning, but a little bit of a mix of things. So I shoot those. Oh, you can see that did quite a bit of damage, but we're still okay. So I'm doing a little bit of shots here as I can, and if I stay here too long, his hands come down, which does help me go a little bit faster on this part. But sometimes it decides, yeah, we're still gonna shoot these beams at you. He got shy, so he hit again.
Was that the charge fire does more damage, or is it just does more hits?
I think it's more hits, but I just have to say on this one, since compared to other games like Soul Blaze or whatever else out there, there's not a lot of code decompiling of this game, so it's really tough to say if it did one thing or the other. So right now, a lot of it's guessing on my end. Get the Clario shield back! Hooray! First new armor in the game. We're in this route.
I wonder if this was the first game that started using Claria, because I believe Claria is just called Silver in the original. But I'm not entirely sure how they handled that, because like Claria shows up in Origin, but the final weapon is the Silver Sword, which is kind of an homage to how that's how you defeat Darmvac in East 2. So,
sure.
And Darkvac in East 1.
Tough to keep track of all that info sometimes.
There's a lot of things that it's just based on how they did it back in the day. Like, the thing that lets you go through mirrors is just called Rod in East Origin, and I feel like they would have come up with a better name for it, but my guess is... I've never played, like, OG East 1, like, Master System era, but I think they just call it that. Yeah. And, like, you feel like this would have, like, some sort of name, like, you know, Teleport Rod or something, but no, it's just Rod.
Yeah. So now we are back here and do a little bit of swimming as we're going towards the next grind spot, which is it's a very good spot to grind experience. But by the kid, that one's like, if you eat me up, whatever, and that. So they do say things there, but this is the way we can actually get across this area on our own. And as I was on the raft earlier, I did get back on the raft pretty quickly when it kind of drops you off at one spot for a short amount of time. And part of it is that's where we need to go a little bit later. So it's just kind of neat how the game kind of telegraphs that for you. It gives you a little hint of something later on. The kiddo asked at one point, how many Ys games are there? And he's like, well, it's a good question.
11.
Like, are we
Count
counting the ports?
Probably like
yeah. This ride was so nice, we decided to do it twice. At least we can jump off that rock this time. Instead of left, now we go right. Or east if you prefer the cardinal directions for on the screen. And we'll change to this one here. And there we go. Here we just need to go up a few more levels. Thankfully these worms, there's a lot of them. And they give a lot of experience at this point in the game. Later on, fight some fearsome creatures, which are worms. Okay, cool. If they hit you, it does hurt. So that's the thing. Alright, I'm going to go one more level just safety, but also it's just a little bit faster here doing it. Yep. A little bump there. That's okay. I think we got that level up, so we're going to continue on. The Village of the Moon. Which is the last village of the game. And all good stuff there. Talk with the Elder will give us permission to talk with this NPC who can mix potions for us. So it's we'll need the black potion that he mentioned, that they mentioned later on, so it'll help out quite a bit so we can get through a barricade. Until then, we're going to do a little bit of warping otherwise to get some of those things we need. So I'm going to first go like this because we'll have to have our original armor on once I learn how to do this. There we go. And we're warping back to the Fire Village. You'd think that Dr. Flare would give us a discount on those elixirs, right? Because we found the potion and we teleported them all around the place. No. He charged us 30,000 gold for that, so we have to wait a while to get that one. So, thanks, Dr. Flare. In the meantime, we'll just keep going to where we need to. Which is back to the fort. And since we have that original armor, they think we're in their armor, so we can get through this. That chest we saw on the top right there, that's what we're looking for. But we need to go through a couple places here. There were some guards in front of that door, so we need to get those guards away. So we're going to go around here and talk to a specific guard. He says, oh, when that person, the next time I see that person, I'm going to beat him up or whatever. And then he realizes we're that person. So they're like, oh gosh, run! So we have an alarm for a little bit. We also have a cutscene here with General Leo, more of a mashing one. Watch that chair. Really cool thing with the sprite work in this game. They really did a lot of work on this game. This really shows. I guess I made General Leo tired, so now he's doing that.
You ever get so mad you kick down a chair and nap?
Yep. Okay, maybe not myself, but that feeling sometimes, you know. Now we get the storehouse key.
I haven't really touched on this, but if you've noticed, the item get sound effect is that of Metroid's. I bring this up all the time because I think it's funny. The original composer for Ys 1 and 2, Yuzo Koshiro, played Metroid in like 1996 when it came out. And he's like,
86?
That item get sound effect sounds really cool, and it gets the point across. I'm going to use something similar. And then, funny enough, they made that, you put in that sound effect, and then the one in, like, it's different from the one in the NES Metroid, but the one in Super Onward sounds a lot closer to the one in East. They've just kind of had like this same like little jingle for 30 some odd years, almost 40. The East series began in 1987. It's pretty darn old at this point for like a video game series.
Well, let's just we'll make it that one, but we'll change 2 notes around. Okay, perfect. We'll go with it.
We have Metroid at home.
So now we finally go to this temple, which is themed after water, so you could call it the Water Temple. But it's legally distinct from Zelda's, so don't worry. We're going to use this Mask of the Moon to get through there, which we didn't have earlier the first time we got here, so that's why I have to use it now. And equip the herb, and stay in this form because we need to do a lot of fun.
Here's my favorite dungeon theme of the game, Harlequin Temptation.
Oh yeah. Great groove of it. Isn't that drum fill called the Amen Chorus? I don't know.
I don't think so.
Now we get the floodgate key. Guess what it does? One time when I was playing through Brainlord a little bit last year, that game has so many keys that are named so esoterically at times. I was playing this with names that are more straightforward. I was very thankful.
I know Amen for the Amen break, but that's more of a beat than a fill.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. I'm not a drummer, but I love a lot of that stuff. But it kept hearing that in a lot of music at times, like either like electronic dance or something. A little bit of Jamiroquai had.
Yeah, it's one of the most famous samples of all time. Opera singer just absolutely going hog wild in the background there.
You got a bonus on this one. I love the little details here. The top of that water as it's rushing is so disturbed here. Just all moving around. And then, of course, Adol's not too happy after having that happen. He wakes up and now it's calm. All those little details they put into the graphics on this. And of course, the fantastic music as well. And we're almost to the boss fight. The big point of time loss in this next area is getting around these enemies that are very fast and also like to get in our way. So we'll see how it goes here. Yep. Okay, got it. Okay, only once that time. Nice. And there we go. And boss battle here. It's the water wielder. So first we need to get rid of that shield. So first need to beat these statues on the side. And just taking out with fireballs as we go.
This feels like kind of boss to see it.
We'll do a lot of damage to the boss here. There we go. Good boss fight. Here's Ratty, who's going to... Ratty? I think someone at one point called him Randy, but either way. He's going to give us the Ice Wand, which is really nice. You can freeze an enemy if they're vulnerable to it and defeat them with one hit.
I would hope it wouldn't be called Brandy. I borrowed that name for a much more beloved character for later trails.
For the holy light, wicked creatures are shamed by their own black hearts.
Everybody loves Randy.
This magic will freeze those of evil purpose.
Oh, sorry, not the ice magic, the freeze magic. There we go. There we go, and go back to the Moon Village. There we go. And we are going to equip that ice magic, as we'll be using it sooner than later. And also equip the mirror. It allows us to freeze enemies on screen, but it also has a chance of breaking when you use it. So, we'll see how much I actually get to use it, but no worries either way. Here's this barricade we were talking about earlier. Oh, guess who forgot to mix that potion? Good job, Denton. Thankfully, that doesn't take too long. So we just need to equip that Kibby dust we got from that fort earlier, along with that Batu Ash we bought early on, and then we have the black potion. It'll take care of that barrier that we got to earlier, so. There we go. Here, we'll use the potion. And unfortunately, we didn't stand back, so we got hit. So this person gives us this talisman. Don't equip the talisman. She's leaving, she laughs. Yeah, you get some games that are, or items in this game that are terrible to you for some reason, but maybe we'll find out why she has some malice towards us. So, I think, here we go.
Seems like that's one of those things that you put it on, it does something worse for you, and if you're paying attention, you'd just be like, you put it on as curiosity, and you're just like, I don't know what I expected.
Yeah, it actually decreases your MP by 10 every few seconds. So it's just absolutely not good for you at all. Now the mirror shattered. Okay, we'll see how much experience I can get from it this time. They give great experience, which is why I'm doing this here. Sometimes a level up, an extra level up in this game can do a whole lot of good, but other times it doesn't quite do as much as you'd like. We'll see if I'm able to do it at this point here. There we go. And I'm going to be safe and turn it back into that roof line. Glad I did there.
It's convenient when enemies can just spawn on top of you.
Yeah. And, yep, perfect thing to use there. You can actually use that spell in that previous Fire Mountain for an item called the Samson Boots, or Samson Shoes. I don't recall specifically, but what they do is it makes you really slow, but then you can defeat each enemy with one hit. So it's been kind of left out of the route just because of the extra place you have to go to and whatnot, so it's just like, well, yeah, let's not do that. Okay, just making sure. Now we're going to Tori's, though yours is unique. We actually go to a different place. This is Escher Space, as they call it in the localization. I'm not sure what they call it in the Japanese version, but still a really cool name.
You probably would imagine to keep it relatively similar. Yeah, every time I see that, it's just that's kind of amazing they're able to do that in a game this time.
Oh yeah.
It blew my mind the first time I played Chrono Cross and got to like that one level where you're playing on that like impossibly oriented kind of pre-rendered Escher-esque scene.
Yeah. Huge shout outs to all those back then who just it's such great development with those constraints. Just really made the best of them.
Such a trip. This dungeon design.
It's also a pain when you're playing it casually for the first time.
I'll bet.
All right, this is the Lord of Luna. Also, one of my least favorite bosses, but it's okay.
It'd be nice if we could get bosses with stuff trying to homage Dark Fact.
Yeah.
I've had too many flashbacks.
They really like
wizards on rectangles.
Yeah.
That bounce around in diagonal.
Yeah, it's just like people just turn into a bigger version of themselves with shoulder pads. All the power it's in the shoulder pads. Now it introduces these troll balls that it likes to throw at you that just spin around and just pump you in a horrible position. See, I might have a death here, but green snot balls are not fun to deal with. There we go. Ugh. We'll have to make a detour to Fire Village to refill, but that's it. It's kind of... It's a battle where if you get through it without using an herb, yeah, it's you're really patting yourself on the back, especially this long into the run.
I am Tori. As LaFonce's purpose is our own, so too is his power. The moon illuminates even the darkest.
From Tori, we're going to get an item or a magic called Seeker Magic.
That
Essentially, it does what the Mask of the Moon does. It just lets you see anything that's invisible or the walls that are, see hidden entrances and whatnot. So
it will see only the truth.
I suppose you could call it the Peeker Magic, because they're like, oh, you get to take a peek. Let's see, let's go to there and go to the Fire Village. We'll say playing the Japanese version of this, the menus can be a bit difficult. Oh, I didn't want to warp to that one place. So we'll buy an herb. Still can't afford that elixir, so we'll have to come back later for it. We'll need it later on in this run. Now we'll go to the Moon Village. Another neat Mabo find. I'm going to equip the Mask of the Moon. I'm going to talk to an invisible person here, but it's alright. And it's that old lady from earlier. Oh, it's Garuda. That's why she gave us something bad. If we didn't have the Mask of the Moon, we would have had to cast that Seeker Magic at that point. So it gives us a little bit extra time save there. Now we meet Alphonse himself. Or the Fonts. Hey!
Adol Kristen.
Again, looks very close to Adol.
I am LaFonce, protector of Celceta, and of its greatest power. You now stand deep underneath the great forest in Eldoran, the ancient capital of Celceta. The Mask of the Sun is sealed away here. Minions of evil do not understand its fearsome power and seek to break the seal.
Basically, he's telling us
You must understand.
that, again, we gotta stop the Mask of the Sun from being concealed, which is right now, I think it's around somewhere. But You'll unlock the
When the winged ones
city
used the
of
mask of the moon
Old
to
Eldoron, which is
control
the
the mask of the
ancient
sun,
capital of
it
Celceta.
reawakened that same power.
Since we met with all of his 5 buddies,
If Eldiel
his disciples,
acquires it,
he's going to give us
all
the
of the
final
land
one,
will be
or
reduced
the 6th magic.
to cinder and ash. Take this wand. When bathed in its light, no attack shall harm you.
It's the shield magic, which is very useful. So we'll actually be using it soon. But also in other places, but basically makes it all our damage go to 0, but our MP drains very
But at
quickly.
present, you will still find it difficult to defeat the darkness.
Those orbs I talked about earlier we got from the
I will now
sages, each of those sconces to the left side and right of them, and
unto
down
your
below,
magic power.
you can use one of those to talk to it if you want to view that cutscene. Careful not to do it by accident during a run. That's
Go to
happened
the
to me
lakeside
more than
ruins.
I'd like to admit.
Whatever happens, you must halt the restoration of the Mask of the Sun.
The other thing he did for us was bestow upon us his righteous intent, which means that he made those a bit more powerful, the spells. So, what a buddy. Last little bit here, we're going to transform into that altar form, because if we didn't, then Durin there would talk to us again. So, another awesome find by Mabo. Now we have to get a certain thing from the forest down below for that creature Robin. You might have not recognized way at the beginning of the game in that dev room. So, if you find that item, he'll let us through. It is the Yubnub, or Yug Bud, not Yubnub from Star Wars. So, flippin' noodles. Still okay though. So now I still have that equipped. We're going to come up to about this point here, put that shield one and the power ring, and go back and forth and fight enemies. I just need to go up one more level.
Classic East strat of running left and right or up and down because enemies just keep running into you. Like bugs into your windshield.
Exactly. Oh, there you go. Call it the windshield wiper method. I don't know.
I feel like somebody has, is the funny thing.
Oh, for sure. The musicians in this game definitely worked overtime or worked really hard on this game.
Yeah, Schtolteheim mentioned it in chat. He'll be on later, but they had the sound team for Falcom at this time. I don't know if Ishikawa was still on it. I know Yuzo Koshiro had left. I don't remember who their list of composers at this point, but I believe it was Ryo Yanemitsu who did most of the arrangements for this game, and like his arrangements for PC engine games like this one and the original Legend of Heroes are just unbelievably good. Just in general, like I part of me wants to say for the time, but I'm like, no, these are just good in general.
Oh yeah.
Who's there? You.
Now we can kind of establish Eldiel's maybe evil because he wants to sacrifice Lisa. So
It
yeah,
looks like
it maybe
you're
is a
under
bad guy.
Alphonse's wing. But we will have nothing to fear once the power is mine.
He also has the ability to talk through the mask without muffling his voice. Good job, buddy.
No one can stop me now. It has begun.
And now some of my favorite voice part in the game.
I won't let you
Fight Omni.
interfere. Our ambitions will now be realized at long last. But first, you and I have some unfinished business. Attack me, boy!
Attack me, boy. So this boss battle is a fascinating one. lots of different attacks, but you kind of a little bit of it by just moving closer to him. Closer to her. We're gonna use an herb. It's a recent strat by Mabo just to do a little bit better just by be a little bit faster on this boss, but I might have to be a little bit more cautious in some parts. That's okay. There we go. Good fight. What piece of Claria did she have? There we go. We finally have armor. Hooray.
Kind of an speedrun tradition of not equipping armor until, like, the very end of the game. Like, you use default armor in Belgana until,
appear unto me.
pretty late in the game.
Yeah.
You pick up you start with default and you don't pick up new armor until, like, the second to last dungeon.
Yeah. Big flashing lights coming up here for sure. But this is... We're not soon enough. LDL succeeded, and he's bringing back the City of Gold. So we get this very, very cool cutscene, especially late 90s, or late 93 again. And they drew a nice outline for us to know where the city is now. Well, the outline's in fire. It's a perfect cutscene for anyone to take a break on things. I think I'm doing alright. Should be able to get to the end.
I know speedrunners are kind of averse to cutscenes, but, like, it's kind of nice to just have, like, one or two long ones in the run. Like, one of the first RPGs I ever routed was around... It's now a little under 2 hours, but the time was closer to 3. About exactly halfway in is a 1 minute and 30 second cutscene that plays itself, and it's just like bathroom break, warm up my hands, like, great.
It's a very efficient minute and a half. This one's 7.5, so we got a little bit better. All great stuff.
Yeah. As somebody that runs like 6-hour games on the reg, I will take a 2-minute bathroom break, and I will take as many as you can throw at me. I'm not going to get mad.
It's kind of what's nuts to me about the run for Persona 4 Golden. It's like that entire game is so long, but because you have to actually advance the text boxes, like there's no ability to take a break. The best chance you get for a break is a boss that you just hit the rush button and you just leave. You have like a minute to like use the bathroom.
Yeah.
Lisa, please cooperate. I need your blood.
Well, LD will get the point here. Oh, bad one.
Garuda, how could you?
You use the Claria sword to do it.
Oh, you got shanked.
done, LD.
Fortunately, that means we don't get a boss battle against Eldiel.
So it's time to
Sorry.
die.
I think you do in Memories of Salsetta. You get to fight him.
You fight both of them. This doesn't happen in Salsetta. In fact, Eldiel's the final boss of Mask of the Sun for SNES. They're all like they're all different in how they do things.
It's almost it's like an art class. All right, everyone, you need to draw this, but let's see how it is at the end for everyone, and they're all different.
Adol, that sword you used to have is of outstanding quality. You can just sit and watch as this whole land burns before the might of Lord Aram!
Lisa, I have no right to ask you this. Please, forgive me.
Now Eldiel is sorry.
So wrong.
Well, I suppose, you have a big plan and then falls through.
The seal that we have spent the last 700 years guarding has finally been broken at last.
We could condemn the Winged One for his actions, but it would solve nothing. Our only option, now that Aram is being resurrected, is to banish the Mask of the Sun forever to oblivion.
But in order to do that,
Cool thing here is you kind of see each of the 5 disciples kind of coming in, saying what to do next, but they also forgive Eldiel for being turned to the Clan of Darkness.
and that is Eldoran. It is the ultimate
I mentioned the magic of Eldoran, which we need to
the
find.
Mask of the Sun itself.
They changed the name to El Duke, I believe, in
Go to the ancient city.
in Salsetta.
There, you must put a stop to this catastrophe.
Also, Duran means in Espanol to brown or to make gold. So, more like cooking, but whatever.
You need never be alone again.
We're going to defeat the enemy with a very delicious dish.
I've seen a couple subs for 132 months this stream. I'm like, wow, this channel's been around for 11 years.
He was
Like,
alone his whole life.
very near to its 11-year anniversary.
Eventually, I could no longer touch his heart. Until the end. Adol, let's go back to the park.
Great things last a whole long time, and hopefully it keeps going
Take me home.
just such a long time.
Almost as long as this series of cutscenes.
Yeah, right? Don't shh.
Like, if you're gonna have cutscenes that much, at least it's better to have them near the end of the run.
True.
After all the years of running East Origin, where you can get on a couple categories 7 minutes at the start, like
Yeah.
it'll take 7 minutes at the end over 7 minutes at the start.
Yeah, I mean, this one has 9 at the start with a few, less than a minute in between, so.
Mm-hmm.
But after playing Soul Blazers for so long, where it's just like you don't really get much breaks at all, it's just nice to have something where you get a little bit of breathing room.
Mm-hmm.
Here we're in roof form. If we weren't in roof form, Gogi would have talked to us with voice, which would have took longer.
And this is great because we can finally point to all the people who said that E7 was Gogi's first time as a party member, and no, this was.
Absolutely. But unfortunately, like Karna, any enemies he defeats, we don't get the experience for.
The ritual is happening in
Ah,
this
well.
bronze part of the city. And it looks like this gate is the
Also,
only way
Iris Bronze District.
pain in my
One of the best themes in this already stacked soundtrack.
Jeez, that was close. What the hell was that?
Hey, we get to see him again.
Sorry about that. That was just so we could get into the city. The ancient treasures will be mine! I mean the Roman Empire.
Yeah, the voices are a bit cheesy on this, but they really have personality.
It's the vibe you go for, you know?
Exactly.
Get out of my way!
What a friend,
fools!
General Leo, just pushing us out of the way so the tank wouldn't hurt us. He has our best interests in mind. And learning this run, this is probably one of the worst mazes to get memorized for this. There's just so many ways you can get lost in this, and really makes maps very useful. We're getting close to the next spot where we're going to grind a little bit, so. Again, shout out to Mabo for finding this nice sweet spot here. And for Dogi for getting those ones that kind of veer off the path.
Track sounds like it'd be in some cheesy made for TV kind of establishing shot at the beginning of a movie or something. It's so good.
That soprano sax, man.
And beat. I love 90s synth.
See more of the saga of General Leo here. We say goodbye to another character in this game. Goodbye, Tank. Going a bit further, we get to the barbecue section, or the fire floor. They need to show us why it's that first. Definitely a good hint we should not touch the fire.
Back even 30 plus years ago. I'll come just outright backseating you. Or I guess in this case Hudson Soft. Just here's how you do the puzzle.
Yeah, it's like here's how you don't do it each time. Now he decides to go do it, so. The thing that's unpleasant about this is if either you or Dogi get torched, it's game over like that. So, of course, that was just showing everyone. That wasn't a mistake, right? Thankfully, it's just the same pattern each time for this, but still, it can just be a rough one to deal with. There we go.
You just leave Dogi to deal with it himself.
I was practicing yesterday. I found that out for myself. I was like, oh, that's cool. I can do that. And oh, poor Dogi. I think it was fine. Oh, our friend CD Load came back. Hey, CD Load. There we go. I hear the engines moving. There. Now we have to go back up the way we came. And again, my favorite song in the game, or one of my favorites. You think with all this winding everything else around this dungeon that you'd actually find, like, maybe a lot of items here and whatever else? No. Just a lot of dead ends. Thanks, game. It's like 2 or 3 items in this entire place. There we go. And one more final scene with General Leo.
Is this it? Is this the ancient
Keeps
treasure?
interrupting my jam.
What the? There's nothing in here.
Ugh. He expected a lot, but he'll be shocked at what he finds.
What the?
See what you did
He
there?
can have... Yeah. Ah! So, one thing that's wild to me, just that animation there, the ragdoll physics for sprites. Again, can't say enough about the sprite work on this game.
There was never any treasure. Why was I only chasing wealth? Is this my punishment?
Bye-bye, General Leo. If we're playing casually, after that point is when you can get Leo's equipment. You need to mix a certain potion, go back to the fort, and then go in this room and get the best equipment in the game. But that takes too much time
you leave this
for
to me.
this category, so we're skipping
Those
it.
Ramoons may have stopped me before, but this time I'll break through myself.
It just adds about like maybe a minute or so. It's actually stronger than the best armor in the game otherwise, story-wise. So.
No
That
wall
was a
can stand
decision.
against the mighty Dogi. Come on, Adolf. Let's hurry on through. Hey, look out!
Ah, poor Dogi. Great friend, though.
That was clumsy of me. Don't worry about me though. This is barely a scratch.
I can... Oh! Damn it! I'm no good. I can't fight with you like this. Adolf, can you call that homing pigeon of Karna's? I'll send a letter so I can ask for help.
And again, he knows we have that wind flute. Calls 911 basically. Awesome detail in the story.
Here he is. Good boy. Let's get this on your leg. Now go. Please take this message straight to Karna. I'll be alright. Get him
Okay, let's go. Alright, so we got a little bit more to go on this part here before we get to the next boss. Again, I'm just keeping in this form just to minimize any damage that can be done to me, just to save all that health for the boss. Okay, there we go. Again, since these enemies can move very fast and change direction very suddenly, they're very deadly, so just keeping this form. A lot of soprano sax definitely reminds you of Kenny G back then. Alright, so we're going to equip that, and then we'll equip Herb, which is already equipped. We get to avenge the tank. Yes, not General Leo, but poor tank. We're going to defeat these gargoyles. I'm hoping they do the big attack coming up here. They are, so then I can just stand here and just get a bunch of shots like that against them. As they get down a little bit further in health, they're going to change what they throw at me. Yep, a bit more dangerous there. There we go. Now we got the seal key. But we first need to warp back to the fire village. Actually, the earth village. Fire village, there we go. Need 30,000 gold, not 50,000. We just want to get the elixir, because last boss fight we're not going to be able to equip an herb during that battle, so we definitely need that to... for health going happy on that one. Then back to the Earth Village. We're getting closer to probably the last half hour of the game here. We're getting pretty close on this. Thankfully, at this point, they put down some boards for us to get across a little bit easier. Thanks, Roman Army. I'm going to equip this as a fireball just goes right at me. We're still good. Equip that. There we go. Thankfully on this part that had so much fire and deadliness, all these traps, they're off now because they're happy with defeating General Leo. We can just get through it. And we get to finally go to the center of this place. What do we find? Ah, Alphonse's tomb. This is where it was all along.
I can hear Aram's pulse. The mask of the sun is enshrined in the deepest depths of the Temple of the Sun. But to enter the temple, you must break the barriers in the 2 adjoining towers. They are strong in order to protect the Speaking Stone. Swordsman, this magic was meant to be eternal. But in light of Aram's awakening, the seal will soon be destroyed. Gather all of the Claria equipment and return to me. At that time,
And pretty much he's just telling us we need to go to each of the towers to the west and east
the 7th magic
and take care of those, and also
will be granted
get
unto
the
you.
Claria sword back,
Now
so
go,
then
find
we grant
Garuda
upon us the
and recover
ultimate
the
magic,
Claria
Eldoran.
sword.
So, or Eldoran. So, not to be confused with Duran Duran. That's completely different. This place is going to look a little bit familiar. Yep, it's that place from earlier on, where Dogi busted all those holes in the walls. I'm saving here because sometimes an enemy, it's a horrible positioning. Like that. We'll be fine. But, I'm going to equip this and that, and these green enemies are going to give us a lot of experience, but we just need to defeat a bunch of them, so need to get up 5 levels. But thankfully, it won't take too long. You try to pin them against the wall because then they do a lot more damage. A lot more damage on them. That was 2. More levels to go. Also keeping my eye on the magic, since I can still defeat these when I don't have magic, but it's a lot easier if I have the shield magic happening at the same time. And then re-equip the silver bracelet. Keep going here. After this, we'll have 1 more level. Making sure. Yep. Thankfully, it's a lot easier to defeat them now, so I don't have to do that pinning as much.
I believe enemy knockbacks kind of like scaled based on your level. Funny enough, I've definitely noticed over the years with these games that like dealing with enemies at a higher level is just like a lot easier, and not just because of raw stats.
Yeah.
Could just also be that it takes fewer hits.
Yeah, it's definitely wild how it's just there's probably just some hidden equations we just don't know of.
Damage formulas are always kind of like finicky, especially in this series.
Oh yeah. There we go. And now I'm going to use the fresh fruit. And now we have an extra bonus level up for ourselves because we're going to get free level ups from the next 2 bosses, so we don't need to do any more grinding on this game. This boss may be familiar. I think this one is just called Darm.
Works quite differently from how Darm does in East 2, but the Black Pearl being like related is very much a part of that.
Beaten flashing lights warning right here coming up. Oh. Now the pearl goes explodey. But we're fine though.
That's hard to look at even for me. Honestly, like, I'm not someone with epilepsy, but I always appreciate flashing lights warnings, if only because it's like it saves me from having to look at it. It's still not that comfortable.
Yeah.
I mean, as somebody who gets like migraines too, it's nice to get a heads up. It's more than just one use, honestly.
Exactly.
Yeah. Appreciate what they're trying to do back then, but it's just like, okay. You sit down and look at something else for a while. It was such a nice fall, we did it twice. Now we can use the sealed door key and get out of here faster. Warp to LaFonce's tomb to make it easier for us. I'm going to equip the silver bracelet because now is the time we actually use it for its intended purpose, which will be for some teleporting in an upcoming area. But since we don't have to retrieve them in this area, it does save us a little bit of time there too. Alright, so going through here, we need to use the Seeker Wand at certain points, which will just temporarily give us a little bit of time as those areas are revealed. I gotta use it again there. And up the steps. And these statues, these are what you need the silver bracelet and gold bracelet for. Sorry, go ahead.
I do find it interesting how the various different like musical arrangements. Like, I'm not even sure this track appears in Celceta. I know the one that appears in the like late game final dungeon of that game is from Mask of the Sun rather than Dawn.
Yeah.
Cool arrangement on the SNES version of it for sure. Which is, it's funny though because it's like you do this entire side dungeon, then you have to backtrack to get to like a different dungeon to fight the final boss. Also, the final boss of that dungeon sucks.
This one can be a pain too, but it's been a while on that one.
Yeah, since I played Mask of the Sun, like the last two bosses of that game, I think took up a third of my whole playtime.
Oof.
It's one of those games.
Yeah. You have a little bit of puzzles here, but they're not too bad. So I actually have to keep going that way. There we go.
Falcom with puzzles? When was this?
Right?
I guess that's the Hudson Soft development. It was just kind of funny. Like, the more I play modern Falcom games, the more I notice their dungeon design is very simplistic over the years. Well, I'll still say my favorite dungeon of the series is the bonus one that they added to the PS4 version of Geis 8.
Well, just like, can we at least do one? Okay, you can do one. That's it. You only get one puzzle dungeon. Thank you.
And it's the coolest one in the entire game.
I figured that you'd come here. You were strong enough to take out
I will say at this
and
point,
Barney.
Garuda definitely gets a 10 out of 10 for the shoulder pad score, because those spikes are pretty cool. And that gold trim, you can't say anything bad about that.
But when the era of darkness comes, it will all be worth it. Now, come at me, Adol. I'll give your head to Lord Aram as a gift!
He's the second to last boss here. So the way this goes, they kind of go to the side and then to the center, kind of jumping down. There's a lot of like, okay, which way do I go?
Unlike Salsetta, this fight's actually, like, kind of tricky.
Nice thing is that shield magic pretty much just soaks up all the damage.
Mm-hmm.
There we go.
Lord Aram! Bring our world to...
We're technically level 49 right now. That's good enough. Grinding in the last area of this game is unpleasant.
It's not like you really get more HP or anything either.
No. And the stats are pretty much, not much gain there either. And we will equip this and warp back to LaFonce's turn. Thankfully, you can do that at the point. That is not a fun place to go back around through. Alright, we have all the equipment together. We did all the stuff. We took care of the Speaking Stone, Black or whatever. Now we get a glow up, and now we have the Eldoron armor. It's gold with a nice red lights or however, so we are ready to go. Also means we have to have that equipment on in order to defeat the last boss. So Leo's equipment that you can get earlier that I mentioned, it's stronger than this, but you can't use it against that boss because it won't do anything. Which is a choice, but however, still neat you can get that.
Adol, the final challenge is at hand. We, the disciples, will use the last of our strength to increase the power of the Mask of the Moon.
So now we really have to, they're making the Mask of the Moon more powered so we can actually fight the last boss. But also, you have to have it equipped in this last area or else your health just drains very, very fast. So the game ain't kidding, you have to have that on. And if you try going against the last boss, you won't do any damage either.
All that we are, we entrust to you now.
Flashing lights warning, by the way, sorry. And the coolest opening of a door in the entire game.
So cool.
Transformers. Yep, and then got those good, so go back to the Alter Magic one.
It really is a good thing that this doesn't drain MP.
Yeah. Well, this actually does drain NP, but if you have the rotor ring equipped, then it prevents that.
Actually, that's actually neat.
So if you're in this form and you're swimming and you run out, then Adol will die, because then he transforms and then he just instantly sinks. Yep.
Become Sonic the Adventure Hog.
Yep. And this place here, fortunately, they didn't do well with their installation, so it's all over the place, but we'll forgive them. Alright, so now the final boss coming up here. I already got the mask equipped, so the big part is making sure that I have the shield magic equipped before I step on that. So do that, and now we're set.
Good luck.
Thank you much. Against the Eternal Scowl.
Yeah, so time will be very like when the boss runs out of health, correct?
Yep, he has 3 forms, so this is the first one. Trying to furrow my brow that hard gives me a headache, so I'm not going to try it again.
My hatred has raged on. All living things on this earth will be burned by the flames of hell.
So this first form, you just need to run around and try to just keep attacking him as he's doing all these nice firework stuff. Might be a little bit of flashing with the projectiles he throws out. It's like, oh, I'm doing really good against him. And then decides, oh, I'm going to do a refill. So
Why can't they use this theme differently in every East 4? In SNES, it's a dungeon theme. In Sosetta, it's like a standard boss theme. Here, it's like final boss theme. It's good all 3 times. IMO.
Oh yeah. Sometimes when you fight against this boss, you can be really lucky and defeat him just with a couple refills. But normally, it's kind of it's up to the RNG in this game of what he decides to do. But each time he refills, he fills up less. So it may look like we're kind of at a rough part for health, but we have that elixir still. So if we lose all our health, it'll automatically refill that all for us.
I'm getting East Origin picked most vibes from all the refreshes.
There we go, we beat his blueberry phase, now mint. Pretty much, this entire battle is flashing lights one way or the other at some point. Now a bunch of fireballs. Getting through this battle without using the elixir is extremely tough, so kind of expected at this point.
Have you ever had a run that was able to pull it off?
Not yet. I did have one run that got like only 2 refreshes for health, I think, which felt like I won the lottery. And I was like, well, it was really good. And it's like, oh, I still have so much more to go. And final form happening here. Yeah, sometimes with the luck, you know, it's like you have the best of luck, but you need the gameplay to also line up with it. So it's a pain. Here's the great pancake form. Maybe not. Now this will be the final form, and that'll be where we look at that health bar to know if we get to time. So we'll just got let's watch it a little bit. Really has a nice growly voice. Now the strategy on this battle is to step on the beans and not get the means. So he does shoot a fire, like kind of a flashlight thing that can possibly hit us. We just need to watch out, not get hit by that, because it does a lot of damage. There are 2 safe spots that are pretty much just to his side on the top left and top right of this battle arena.
I'm forgetting what this game was called, but yeah, also the final boss of the other 2 games, or of Celceta, not of Mask. Mask is a different.
Yeah. This one is Aram, but Lord of Slaughter, not Laughter. As we get close to defeating one of these beans, now each of these beans does have its own life bar, so that's where kind of not as tough to track because you can kind of see when the beans have been defeated. Oh, there was his second attack where he just goes back and forth really quick. It's a pain when the bean opens up that you want to step on, but it's on the other side of the beam. There we go. So there's one of those beans taken out. And I think it's random in terms of which one it opens up. And I think sometimes it picks the middle one again, the way it is. And then we have one more bean left. I just need to get to the other side of that beam. Oh. Glad I've been keeping the words bean and beam straight. There we go, time.
Hey.
GG's.
Thank you very much. Oh, that is it's a fun run, but the boss battles really, that's like one of the hardest things to learn about it. But also the CD, I think I thought before it's like 2 to 4 minutes, but it feels more like 4 to 8 minutes time, but you never know.
I was just excited we got to show this off. This is not a game they really see as much run in the series. Like this whole community, like these communities very large, and we have a lot of different runs. And people run a lot of different variations of several games. But this one is I know we had one run on the leaderboard for 10 years, and it went pretty untouched. So it's really cool to be able to show this off.
Yeah. I mean, when Mask of the Sun was released translation-wise, you know, fan translation, it's like, oh, cool, we can play Ys 4, and then learn shortly after, oh, there's a PC Engine one? And then 20 years later, I finally play it, so.
Funny enough, Mask of the Sun got its first leaderboard run, like, within the last month. Japanese runner by name of Rihabiri. I know there was, like, I think there was a task before there was ever, like, a submitted leaderboard RTA for it.
Wow. Kind of like Soul Blazer. This one could not find a Taz at all, so.
Yeah, it's like either there's just a task and no run, or just nothing, and you're like, all right, well, I guess I'll route it myself.
Glad I had the Nico Nico Doga app on my phone and able to search this game on it, because that's where I found Mabo's stuff at first, and then got in the Discord and it's like, oh, he's there too, sweet. So
yeah, Mabo's been a great help for several games, so absolutely shout outs to him.
Yeah, shout him out a bunch, but really can't express enough how much help he's had in this run.
So we got another run coming up here. Go ahead. Ignore me.
Oh, you're good. I'll just say, just as I was going through trying to beat his time on the Japanese one, which I eventually did, he's been a great support. Just very supportive the whole entire time. So just huge shout outs to him. He actually did this run on the PC Engine's archive, which was on PSN Japan, and he played on Vita, and that's where he got his great times on. So it's definitely huge help from him, and just great sport all around.
From the curse of the past.
That's right.
Right, so we got another run coming up here with Schtolteheim. Yeah, feel free to correct me when I say this wrong, because I know I will. East versus Trail in the Sky Alternative Saga? I get that right?
Let's get back to the village.
Yep.
Pretty close.
Okay.
A lot of words
Close
in the
enough.
title.
Yeah. So we're going to be taking a quick break here to get Schtolteheim connected. Do either of you, you're both staying around for this, right? You're not running away?
I'll actually be running away since I got a little bit of family stuff happening soon. But
Okay, then now's your chance to say goodbye. Didn't want to cut you off just in case that were the case.
no problem. Y'all want to catch me just playing live? I'm on twitch.tv/DentedRazor. Otherwise, yeah, excited to see that Trails versus or East versus Trails tournament there. I can't speak today. The East versus Trails speedrun happening, since a lot of us have been prepping for something possibly in the future. So it's a great time. So thank you all so much for having me.
Shout outs to Razor. Runs several of these kinds of SNES era 16-bit RPGs.
Yeah, I mean, otherwise there runs Soul Blazer, but yeah, that's about it for this.
You're wearing the shirt.
Oh yeah, I actually asked my spouse, should I wear this or a Final Fantasy VII shirt? And they said, yeah, you should wear the Soul Blazer shirt.
Right on.
So,
All right, so we're gonna hop over.
We might get a little fun bonus at the end of that, but stay tuned, everybody.
Thank you all so much.
Yep, we're gonna hop over to the break screen. See you later, Razor, and we're gonna bring Schtolteheim in right after this.
Take care.
Hello, hello, and welcome back to Random Encounter. My name is Schtolteheim, and I am joined here by my lovely co-host.
Is that me
my
or
lovely
Sid?
co-host?
Is that me?
I'm not lovely, so I surely can't be the co-host in this case.
I'm not have some faith in yourself. I mean, Kumo's not lovely either.
Wow!
He's just talking about a phantom co-host that doesn't exist then. Got it. Good. Great.
How many servers I can ban you from right now?
And you can't ban me from Falcom RTA. Beef's the admin there.
Yeah, and you know who made him that? I can get back anytime I want.
All right, I'm awake now. You guys got me good.
Anyway, Schtolteheim and I exchange messages on the daily, usually BSing with each other.
We send each other TF2 meme videos and updates on stupid manga he watches.
Oh, we are not talking about the stupid manga that I read. Hello, everybody. Let's get to the game at hand. East versus Trail of the Sky Saga.
Yes, for whatever reason, RPG Limit Break has decided to allow me back on their channel again. And this time, I'm doing East vs. Trails in the Sky Alternative Saga. This is a crossover fighting game that brings two of Falcom's biggest franchises together, East and The Legend of Heroes. This game originally came out on the PlayStation Portable in 2010, where it waited 15 years for an English release courtesy of Refint Games. And I, for one, am very stoked that it's finally out in English. I'm a big fan of this game. I think having East-style combat in a multiplayer setting is just a really fun idea, and story mode is a fun way to get you introduced to the game proper. So, let's go ahead and dive right in. I'm going to be starting a new game.
Are you doing your boy?
Oh, you know I'm doing my boy. Kumo asked me to bring my A game for this speed run, so I am going with my boy, my man, the myth, the legend, Geis last name unknown. Time will begin once I select. Oh god, I need to get hold of myself. Time will begin once I select the character here. So, 3, 2, 1, go. Geis is my favorite character in this game. I feel like he meshes with my playstyle really well, and I just really like him as a character in general. So, this is my favorite of the 5 characters to run in story mode. I did submit this game to Limit Break proper, and if it gets in, you will have the opportunity to choose my character for me. I would be very happy if you chose Geis, but I can't force you to do anything.
So the gist of the story mode of this game is just a series of one-on-one battles. There's like a couple of boss fights as well. It is based in the E7 engine, hence most of the characters in this game are from E7. Like the East representatives are pretty much all from E7.
Yep.
This was very much like a budget in-between game after Falcom had finished Trails in the Sky the Third. And E7.
This came out between E7 and Trails from Zero, which was a couple months out at this point.
Yeah, which it's kind of a funny thing when you play, because they have a little cameo from the main character of Trails from the Zero as well. He's a playable character, but he's not. They hadn't quite ironed out his personality yet. So anyway, this is Tita.
Tita is actually a rather annoying fight.
Yeah, so Tita is cute and adorable, and everyone loves her. She's called the cinnamon bun in the community, but she's also like range is kind of ridiculously good in East versus. Also fighting all out or whatever. I'm like blanking on what this guy here. That's the Persona theme, I think.
Yeah, one-on-one is the gist of this speedrun. As Kumo mentioned before, every fight, just about every fight, is a one-on-one PvP style. And since I'm starting from level 1, I don't have a lot of my kit right away, and the big focus on the run is going to be upgrading myself in the shop as I go. So fights are going to be a little bit vanilla for the first couple areas of the game, but gradually I will have access to Geis's more intricate attack patterns. The other thing you saw me do occasionally there was I flash guarded, and flash guarding works pretty similarly to how it does in modern East games, where you time a guard at just the right time, and you nullify all of the damage, and you get a critical hit bonus for about 1.5 seconds afterward. That's going to be a big part of my strategy, especially because Geis has the best ultimate skill in the entire game.
It's funny because you face against Tito, who has the worst.
Yes, Tita's ultimate skill is the worst in the entire game, but thankfully, fights are over so quickly at this point in the run that enemies don't really have time to activate their ultimates at all.
So, as a East story, it's a crossover fighting game. It files in the Trails tradition of character gets brainwashed, forced to fight you. Just kind of become an annoying trademark of that series. Because it's 1v1 fights and it's kind of style-wise like a fighting game, it's a lot harder. Like, enemies don't telegraph their attacks nearly as well as like an East game, so you kind of have to build up intuition based on how you expect your opponents to act.
Yeah.
It's also, when you're at low levels and you don't have a lot of equipment yet, it is really slow to build up the SP you need to use skills and extend your combos.
Yes. If you're familiar with modern East games, the typical combat loop is you hold your charge attack, you release your charge attack and land it to get SP, and then you use that SP on your skills. So if you see me sitting there doing nothing, then I'm probably just charging up my charge attack so that I can farm SP off of it. Geis, unfortunately, does kind of struggle with SP gain because he has one of the worst charge attacks in the game, but thankfully that doesn't matter all that much against CPUs that don't really know how to zone. I am going to pop my support because Chloe is a bit of an aggravating fight here. She's actually very good.
Yes, I believe Sigram here
just gives me a lot of trouble.
I believe Mustafa there, the support that you have, because you also have supports in this game. I believe he's like the default one you get, and it's just like a nice little guard boost or whatever.
He actually gives you an attack boost, and his that effect is actually really good. He's one of the better supports in the game because he gives you a blanket plus 35% damage for 30 seconds.
I mixed up. Is it Annalise?
The defense is one.
Josette.
Defense is Josette. That's Josette you're thinking of. Josette is actually banned from competitive play because she's too good.
Yeah, so there's like 20-something supports in this game. Like, the thing about this game is, although it is a crossover fighting game, it's like it is exceedingly granular for how much you can actually put in. Like, when you have a maxed out file, there are so many things you can put on your characters. It's like, if you've ever played like certain crossover fighters, there's like a, A, B, or C type bonus, or you put like a Power Stone has like the gems or whatever, or even Dive Kick has like the 4 different types of gems. Like, no, there's so many things you can put on your characters to like individually cater your playstyle. It's the kind of thing like modern fighting games I don't think would really do, and it's something I appreciate about this game. That there's things about this that like clearly this wasn't made by a company who used to making fighting games, and sometimes it's for the better. Anyways, using Geis' extra skill there to just absolutely blitz the
You saw me get a flash guard and then use my extra skill, which I had charged for tutorial purposes, and I just absolutely annihilated Aisha in 5 seconds. That's a perfect fight there. That's exactly
so
what you want to do.
the boss enemies there are like they have more telegraphed attacks. They work a little differently.
Yeah. The boss enemies, they're called Striders. They, as you said, they're much more telegraphed, so it's easy to farm flash guards off of them like you would a traditional East boss fight, and that just spells doom for their human CPU opponent.
Spells disaster.
Geis and Aisha's dynamic is really fun. I really liked going through the script and actually being able to read the cutscenes.
Yeah, so this game had like received a quote-unquote translation patch for years. I'm pretty sure it was like just machine translated, and it was only ever applied to the main scenario rather than any supporting text. So this was a full-blown translation patch.
Yep, that came out a few years ago, courtesy of the Geofront, and then that script was bought by Refin Games, who then published it worldwide on Steam and GOG. And console.
Qualcomm Games have gone through a variety of publishers recently. Exceed, Axis, Nisa, Gung Ho did the Sky remake. God, I love Olivier. So Refin coming in just kind of like, who are these guys? But it's like, no, the people who worked on this game genuinely like cared about what they did. So like, you might see the publisher and wonder who these guys are. Like, no, they did an A+ job of making this, of bringing this game to life in English. Also, I love Olivier's voice lines. Matt Mercer, just absolute delight on that character. And every time he plays that character, it's like he clearly has so much fun with this character.
Yeah. I remember hearing anecdotally that Matt was talking to the voice director for one of the games, and he was just like, please don't ever recast this guy. I want to play him forever.
There's some you can just tell it's like that. Like Johnny Young Bosch as Joshua in the Sky remake. I'm like, I think he sounds like he's just so glad to be voicing the shonen hero protagonist type character again.
I mean, I actually heard kind of a different account. I heard that, well, no, not to imply Johnny Young Bosch does not like the character, but when he was recording for East vs. Trails, he was recording young Joshua again after recording him older in subsequent Trails games. And the director told him, "Oh no, this is young Joshua. You got to sound younger." And he was just like, "Oh."
I mean, you could tell every time, every time he says something, just like from the throat. So, just the utter guttural kind of sound to his voice.
Oh yeah, Johnny is just built different.
Yep.
Frushi is the first properly tanky enemy I have to fight, and she can be a little difficult to bring down as a result. I want to try and get her into this lava here so that we just stand in the lava and take passive damage for a little while. It especially helps if she uses that move there because it's incredibly laggy. Ooh, I want that. I've been playing in tournaments for so long, I forgot what it's like to have items on.
So the lava here does a lot of supporting damage. It's kind of just a matter of
it does a portion of your max HP. Alright, I want, in the shop, I want to get Spiral Slash and equip that. Staffa is my support, HP ring. You get random item drops from fights you win, so there's a bit of variance to the run. Sometimes I can get really good items, and sometimes I just get trash. HP ring is actually very nice. So that's nice to have.
Hey, it's
Adol can be a little tricky, because Adol is a consensus top 2 character in the game.
Bad choice. Yeah. Well, it's because his eyes are so split that he can see both of them. Yeah, they gave him I think the term is strabismus. It's something to do, I don't know, the character art in this game has, it's good, but it has that one problem with some characters looking like they're looking in 2 different directions. And that's not, an intentional thing, I don't think. Anyways, here's a replay of the Geis boss fight in E7 in the speedrun. One where Adol loses on purpose.
Okay, I'm kind of actually having fun here.
You also intentionally loosed him in E6. That's long since I've seen a run of that. I've been learning that run one time. I ain't pain in the neck. And hands. There's so much clicking.
Adol keeps counter flash guarding my flash guards, and it's kind of getting on my nerves. Okay, that's a meaty hit right there. Okay.
Nice guard. Oh.
Yeah. Some extra skills are very easy to flash guard like that.
And then
So
there's...
we've been turning all of these brainwashed fighters to our side, but Adol says no and runs away, so we'll have to fight him later. Alright, I need to be actually quite careful what I want here. I want Antlion, I want 2 defensive upgrades, I want to put Antlion there, and I want to equip that critical strike scroll I got, and I want Crushi as my support. Okay, this is the hardest fight in the run, so I do have a chance to lose here. I'm gonna need to really hunker down and focus. It's not this fight, this is just phase 1. But right after this, I have a pretty nasty 2-on-2 to deal with, and I'm rather underleveled for it.
Yeah, the
this
allies
guy, though, he's not that bad.
The allies in the 2v2s are not that helpful, so you have to do 90% of the work yourself.
Yeah. The strategy here is the same as with the Strider we fought with Aisha earlier. You want to flash guard and just fire off your big skills. Antlion is going to become my bread and butter. Not quite yet, because it's not powered up. I need to level it up some more, which I do by buying it in the shop. Get back here, you jerk. That's a nice hit. Okay, that was a bit of a slow fight. That's not going to win me any awards, but that's alright. Now I have to fight the Smash Melee Roy of this game. Yes, Trails from Zero is not Lloyd Banning's debut game, it's this random crossover fighter. And as Kumo mentioned, they haven't quite ironed out his personality yet, nor have they balanced him because he's quite overpowered. So I need to be very careful here.
You just made a bad
Yeah, one track from the Tales from Zero soundtrack, and they picked one of the best ones they could.
You can see my general strategy is to kind of ignore Lloyd for now and just focus on the Strider guy so that I can farm flash guards off of him and try to attack Lloyd by proxy. I also just kind of have to hope that Krushi gets her extra skill off before she dies, because she will eventually die. And her AI, it's just completely random whether her AI decides to use her extra skill in time or not.
I love seeing you nope out of there the second he uses Tiger Charge.
Very good extra from Krushi. I'm gonna combo right into that. And that should be a dead Lloyd. There we go. Okay, that's a load off my back. That was a very good fight. Hey, I got a soundtrack item.
Krushi didn't even die. Damn.
Yeah, usually Krushi gets bodied by Lloyd like halfway through the fight. I pick her specifically because she's the tankiest party member you have at that point, so she's the least likely to get finished off by Lloyd. Yeah, ideally how that fight goes is I can get a crit flash guard extra skill like I did against Aisha. I couldn't quite get it that time, but Krushi had the best extra skill of all time, so I was able to just combo off of it.
The whole thing here is kind of funny. It's like, you think Lloyd would join us? He's like, no, I gotta go do detective stuff. It's like, that's not your MO.
Yeah, he's kind of looking some ruins.
Yeah, it's kind of his thing, but like being a lone wolf is definitely not his thing.
No, it isn't. And he's also very cocky. Like, he's really confident in this game, and that does not really match his characterization in Zero.
Mm-hmm.
It is really cool that they got just about everybody back to voice all of these characters from Sky and East, though. Some of them had to be recast, because it's been a while since they were last voiced. But, hearing Robbie Damon as Lloyd is just so strange in this game.
Also, the Geis Agate dialogue is maybe the best, like, East Trails crossover dialogue, because they're both just the most stuck-up, cocky, just, like, dudes. It's just so abrasive, and it's like, seeing the two of them talk is like, I will say this, like, the unfortunate thing is, like, a lot of the E7 characters are kind of flat relative to, like, the Trails characters, which get several games of development. So it's like, there's not, like, the Trails characters do the heavy lifting of, like, the personality and the conversations of these games, or at least, like, the dynamic to it. But once in a while, you get like parts where it's like, oh, this is the fun kind of crossover, because Adol's silent, basically, unfortunately, for the sake of like a crossover fighter type thing. It's not like a Persona 4 arena where you actually is more rigidly defined. Also, speaking of Persona, I believe a certain Persona protagonist voice actor is the voice of Geis in this game, which is really funny.
Yes, I was wondering who it was going to be, because I had a feeling they weren't going to get his E7 voice actor back, Travis Willingham, so they recast him to Xander Mobus. You might know him as Kumo mentioned, Joker from Persona 5. He's also the announcer in Smash 4 and Ultimate. So he's got a lot of roles under his belt, and I will say he does a fantastic job voicing Geis.
This cocky sons of guns pretty well too.
Oh yeah, like he does the dry, sarcastic kind of character very well too. They were remarking that's basically his default voice. Okay, I'm tired of you. I was being very, very stubborn.
He kept guarding you.
Yeah. Maybe I'm just too used to playing this game competitively, and that's kind of throwing off my single-player mindset. But yeah, I feel like I'm getting flash guarded a lot more often here. So now we have the Antichrist.
Oh no.
My friend is not as destructive as we thought she was, but she is still quite bad. She is very much a noob killer in this game competitively.
Yeah,
However,
like we mentioned, range is very range is very strong in multiplayer, and Mishara is just very strong range damage.
Yeah. Please don't hang out near the fan. Thank you. I don't like this stage.
So a lot of these stages are adapted from...
Yeah.
A lot of these stages are adapted from stuff from like games like E7, and this dungeon in E7 is about these like wind panels. It definitely gives you that party fighter type vibe to the stage design. It's not about balance, it's about vibe and matching the game. And,
yeah.
And several stages are banned as a result, but it's like, it works for crossover fighters. It's like, I'd rather them have personality than like just flat, round.
Yeah, that was definitely the aim, and I can understand that.
Oh boy, we get to my favorite fight.
It's for you.
We get to my favorite fight.
Yeah, when Ren's voice actress was recording for her, because this is Courtney Lynn, who has only done like future Ren. She did not voice Ren in Sky when Ren was a lot less restricted. So when she got to go through Ren's Sky era dialogue for the first time, she was just like, "Oh my god, was she always like this?" I forgot how useless Antlion is before you level it up.
Also, Fateful Encounter arrangement. Of course.
Yeah, it's really good.
The thing about Ren is she is like her Sky iteration. She has like less HP than everyone else. She just hits like a truck.
Yeah, she's incredibly frail. She's the squishiest character in the game.
But also a total glass cannon.
Oh yeah. Like, she has one of the best extra skills in the game, but it's tough to actually last long enough to use it. Okay, I got a flash guard extra, so this should do it. There we go.
Why are you picking on me?
Ren is another one of the characters who just decides to run away, so you have to fight her later. I'm sure that's not anything at all. Get in the shop.
It's a little too canon.
Can I equip anything else? Yes, I have a Confuse Blade, which doesn't really do me much good because CPUs don't really get affected by confusion as much as human players do, but that should still be alright. I have to pick Aisha as my partner character for this because we have mirrors. The dialogue for this whole scene is really good in every story mode. Having, well, as we're about to see, having fake versions of yourself can make for some funny dialogue. Like, they're basically just going, wow, you're really useless, you know that? Why don't I just take over for you and do your job in your stead?
Let's see just how strong you are.
Something that's kind of neat in this story is, although it is a crossover between, like, Trails and East, a lot of the story has ties to, like, Xanadu Next.
Yeah, all the locales come from Xanadu Next. A lot of the music does, too.
You sure, like, the
main antagonist. Oh no, spoilers.
Well, I mean, I think, if I recall correctly, they even call this area just Xanadu, so...
Yes!
Yeah. And there's even some pre-Trails Legend of Heroes references in this game, which is interesting.
Yeah,
like, between the assists, like, this whole thing is, just kind of a love letter to the fans. Like, it's not a game that, like, it's clearly a game that, like, they made with not a lot of money, but a lot of heart and love for the fans.
Yeah. I'm gonna get hit by Aisha's extra here, which should be fine, because that'll actually charge up my extra, so I'm gonna try to get a flash card. I'm gonna pop my support just for good measure. Alright, this should work. There we go! Geis has some nasty combos out of his extra skill. That's why it's the best in the game.
I believe you say you main him primarily for, like, multiplayer?
Yes, I main him in competitive. We have a server that does monthly tournaments and other events and stuff for East versus Trails. Remind me to plug it somewhere at the end.
I've seen
fighting game content in my RPG community? Nah, couldn't be.
It's more likely than you think.
I mean, we submitted actually as a community. We just have like currently 7. We hope to get like maybe more, depending. We'll see how that ends up actually working out if it gets taken. But we submitted just a tournament of this game to Limit Break.
I mean, I remember HSG saying that he wanted to have the finals of a tournament, but I don't think that's quite what he was thinking.
Well, too bad. It's what they're getting. Maybe.
Look, nobody else submitted like Persona 4 Arena or anything.
Oh, hey, it's Colin! Guys, Colin! Guys from East 1 and 2!
For whatever reason, they translated Dogi as Colin in like the very, very first East game. But no, this is Dogi. This is based on his East 7 iteration, where he's kind of a hunk.
Oh, absolutely. Okay, now we have upgraded Antlion, which is much nicer.
It didn't quite get to his East 8 iteration, where he's just like the most handsome dude who's ever been in this entire series.
Yeah, no wonder Adolf fell in love with him with the way he's looking in East 8.
And then they just like 2 years later, like his 30s hit him like a brick wall when you get to like 9. Like, come on, man. It's just funny too because Falcom has like so many attractive 30-somethings. Like, have you played the Trails game? Anyways,
I mean,
yeah,
their games are marketed toward older audiences.
Say that.
Well, they used to.
Yogi is he's not particularly tough in this game. If I remember right, he's like one of the lower tier characters, but
he's actually pretty threatening if you know how to play him right, but yeah, we have him as like a low mid-tier.
Right on.
Antlion is incredibly busted because it just gives you a free combo into basically anything you want, including his extra.
One thing with the Dogi Colin thing too is we actually have a guy in the East community whose name is Colin. It's like Colin BND0, and in the server his name was I think he changed his name to Dogi BND0 just to invert it.
Joshua is a character we thought much more highly of before we really started having community tournaments. He's a lot less, he's very frail. He's a lot less durable than we took him for, and that means he kind of just dies really fast before he can do any of his crazy overpowered stuff. And he's also just difficult. He has a steep learning curve.
Like, it's worth mentioning, like, you pick 4 skills to put to your face buttons, and, like, that's a thing that you can even bring into multiplayer. Like, there's, like, your entire set is basically customizable, as is your, like, equipment. It's like, yeah, it's fighting game, but, like, there's all the RPG mechanics, and it translates surprisingly well to giving the game, like, a fair bit of depth, even if it can mean, like, a steeper learning curve to start off.
Oh yeah, absolutely. If you're familiar with Dissidia, I liken this game to Dissidia a lot, because it's got that same idea of a crossover fighter with RPG-style character building and setups. It also has a goofy crossover story with characters getting brainwashed by gods.
I played Dissidia so long ago. One of these days I need to sit down and just play it again.
It's so much clunkier than I remember it.
I'll bet.
This game does a lot of things I wish Dissidia did with its combat formula. It's a lot more responsive, just faster too. It feels a lot more satisfying to play.
Threw me a video of like old Dissidia stuff, and I like noticed the same thing. I'm like, even though it's competitive, I'm just like, this combat feels a lot more clunky. It looks a lot more clunky than I remember, but.
Yeah,
that could be the rose-tinted glasses effect.
Yeah. When I first heard that it was initially meant to be a Kingdom Hearts fighting game, that explained a lot, because the combat is very floaty that same way.
Yeah, that would explain quite a bit. I was not aware of that information.
Speaking of floaty, actually,
which is arguably Geis's best move, and that's going to make things a little better for me. I love Wolfang. It's so good.
Speaking of floaty, it's like they actually hadn't had the Party System East games. They didn't have a jump button until 8. So this one having that is kind of interesting, especially with the limited control scheme in the PSP that they had to work with. Anyway, this is
Lova, Leve, whatever you want to call him.
Oh, the arrangement of Silver Will every time, just inject this into my veins.
This is the second hardest fight in the run, because Lova is arguably the best character in the game. He's very, very strong and very tanky.
You might notice he sounds very different than he does in the Sky Remake. They were kind of, I think, dubbing this game around a similar time they were dubbing that one, so I imagine it was just...
Yeah, they do have different voice actors. That said, I do think Steven does a really good job as Lova. I'm really happy to hear him.
I would have been more than happy if he had gotten the role too. Gets it here, and
yeah, pretty much the one Achilles heel Lova has is that his charge attack is predictable. It's a ranged projectile thingy, so you can easily flash guard it. However, that's pretty much the only... You want to flash guard that, or you die. I have gotten better at flash guarding that, out of necessity. I'm gonna pop my support here so that even if I don't get a flash guard extra, I should hopefully be able to finish him off here. Okay, that should do it. Wolffang into extra skill is almost always a confirm. It's not a confirm unless you're playing against some really good players who kicked my ass in a tournament yesterday, but most of the time it's fine. Anyway, we've got to fight Lova again later. Yay!
It's more Silver Will. More Silver Will. I can't complain ever about more Silver
yeah,
Will.
No. Well, it's not more Silver Will, but it is something just about as good.
Oh god, is it overdosing Heavenly Bliss?
It's super arrange overdosing Heavenly Bliss.
Oh. Rio Takeshita, Neil.
Here you can hear Kumo Craygasm in real time.
Come on.
But yeah, like
Kumo mentioned
in his submission. Kumo mentioned it in his submission. This game has the best soundtrack of any fighting game ever. It's not even a contest.
It's kind of unfair because it's like, yeah, most of these are arrangements with music that already exists, but it's like there's 153 tracks or something like that built into this. Some of them don't even make sense to have in a fighting game, like Amber Amor or Kahaku no Eyes.
Yeah.
But like, it's so funny that it's there. It's also like, it's the least fighting game theme ever, but it kind of makes it like, you know, punk in a way.
I'm actually going to stop attacking here to reset my combo real quick. Alright, now we're fine. There is combo scaling in this game, and it's pretty aggressive. So... Alright, get a flash guard, get some extra skill. This should do a pretty decent chunk of damage. The nice thing about crits is that they ignore combo scaling, so I can still flash guard and deal a whole ton of damage without necessarily needing to reset my combo. Okay, that's
I just realized, I don't think we've talked about the peculiar choice of picture you used for the stream layout.
Oh, right. So that is brought to you by the lovely Errant Squab. He puts up with me. I'll put it at that.
We have multiple
He's a really good artist, and I've commissioned him quite a lot for things. That the character is a random NPC antagonist from Isof and Felgana.
Random you say that like he's not like one of the most important characters in that game.
Okay, but like, it's an Ys game. Are characters really important?
Yes, sometimes.
Okay.
Oh, I love that. I love that particular art of E7 Adol.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, why is he so hot?
I mean, everyone's hot in E7. Including my boy.
Alright,
so this is the rematch area. We gotta fight everyone who ran away from us. We've got Adol 2, and hopefully this goes smoother than Adol 1. Because I've got more skills now. Ah, I missed.
Aaron does a lot of things, not a ton of like Falcom related stuff, but like once in a while I was able to get into something. Did actually a poster that we did for a prize for Unlimited. And also
it was Sky SC.
Also, I had a friend once say something like, here's what you can do with an AI generator, and I think AI generators are stupid. And so he gave me this idea for a piece of art It's like, you can make it do this. And I'm like, I'm just gonna... This idea is too stupid to leave to something like AI image generation. I'm just gonna commission Aaron to make it, and made it in a couple hours. I'm like, this is way better than anything I imagined. Which is specifically Hugo Facts from East Origin choking on a can of beans.
Ah, Falcom RTA and their in-jokes.
Yeah, we haven't even seen from a certain fish.
Sadly, there's no bro fish in this game.
Yeah, no, there's no fishing, and it's not confirmed JRPG yet. There's no fishing.
Yeah, shame. That was a pretty good Adol fight, and this has been a pretty good run. Knock on wood. No deaths I will take, especially no deaths to Lloyd. Getting through Lova as smoothly as I did was pretty nice too. Now we have Estelle.
My beloved.
Sorry, what was that?
Funny that they put her this late in the game. So if you know anything about Estelle in most Trails games, kind of usually not that good, and unfortunately that's kind of true in this game too.
Yeah, we don't think she's the worst character. We don't actually think she's bottom 3 anymore either. We used to think she was like second or first worst, but she's probably a bottom 5 character. Everything she does, Chloe does better. Except Romance Joshua.
Ooh! Chloe fans' hearts
Estelle
break.
does have some tricks up her sleeve, though. I need to be a little careful. Because, Estelle is one of the few characters that can loop her own extra skill. She gets a free combo confirm after her extra because it knocks you right on the ground. And the CPU, since the CPU is always charging their charge attack, the CPU will always get that confirm and follow it up with something else, usually a pretty nasty barrage. So I need to be quite careful, because I actually could die here.
We mentioned rebalancing between PSP and this port, not in like numbers or anything like that, but it is running at 60 frames per second versus the PSP's 30, so...
Yeah. That did cause a lot of bugs. Yes. The original game, like many PSP games, tied a lot of its logic to the static 30 FPS frame rate, so there was a lot of stuff to iron out. I have 5,000 thingies. I kind of want to upgrade my defense, because I'm getting beat up a little bit. Now we have Chester Stoddart, back from the dead!
Again!
And unfortunately, he's not a very good character for his trouble. He is actually bottom 3.
Yeah, so Chester... He's the one representative that doesn't appear as a playable character in East 7.
Yeah. They made a whole model just for him.
It's even his arena. Like, yeah, if you remember, like, the most hated boss fight in East Felghana, here you go.
It's Chester. And he actually has a lot of his same moveset from that fight in Felghana. He can zip all over the place. He's very fast, but he doesn't deal nearly as much damage as he did in Felghana. And this game in general is not really about winning wars of attrition by constantly attacking like Chester did in Felghana. It's more about just unleashing massive burst damage. That's what gets you the big tournament wins. And Chester just is not built for that. And also he's incredibly squishy. Ow. I say that and he just broke my guard gauge. That's one major mechanical difference between this game and modern Ys, is that you have a guard meter, and you can't just guard forever and then mash attack to parry. Guarding takes stamina, and if you lose your stamina, then you get stunned, and you just take free damage for a while.
Yeah, that's what also keeps you from, like,
But you have to be careful.
So it also keeps you from doing stuff like chip damage, then run away and try to time out or anything cheap like that.
Yeah. It also means you can't quite mash Flash Guard like you can in, like, Salsetta and 8. Do I have any good accessories I can get? I have these. Yes! These
Golden Crown.
gloves here actually form like a cornerstone of my competitive build, so I'm very happy to have these. Actually, I'm going to replace that with Golden Crown. Alright, there we go. Now I can do what I do to people in tournaments.
Throne room.
A throne? So I completely forgot to mention this entire time. We've been accompanied by this random talking picker dude. And he's been reversing the brainwashing on all of our enemies for us as we go. And we just have 3 left, the 3 people who ran away earlier. And unfortunately, they've trapped us here. So now we have a 1-on-3. Against Lova, Ren, and Chester. Canonically, you're supposed to win this fight.
Which, if you've ever played Sky SE, you're like, there is no chance you would win a 1v3 against these knuckleheads.
Especially not when you're playing Tita's story mode.
You just made a bad choice.
Alright, so my strategy is much the same as before. I'm just gonna fish for flash guards since these people are attacking me constantly. And then, hopefully, I can blow them up with a big spiral slash or an extra skill. There is a secret handicap placed in your favor, so it's not completely stacked against you. You deal way more damage, and they deal way less than in a 1v1. For the most part, I'm also just kind of letting myself get hit because it also builds up my extra. Ooh, I got my crit! There we go. Alright, now it's just a 1v1.
God,
There we go. Very good fight.
Was it Sunlight or Odyssey that they did an arrangement of this? And I'm like, how did they one up what they did with overdosing Heavenly Bliss?
They've remixed it like 12 billion times at this point.
They've done many arrangements for it, and they're all good.
This game has 2 overdosing Heavenly Blisses in it.
Talk about overdosing.
Also, I love how, random Falcom trivia. In the final boss theme for Sky 3rd, Dreamy and Boisterous Holy Land, Ryotakeshita, the composer, hid a message in Morse code at the very end of the song. And if you decode it, it says something like, I can't remember exactly how it is, but it's like, Falcom forever, progressive rock forever.
That is unfathomably based.
Takeshita is so good.
Especially given the kind of music that he would make after he left, because he wasn't there. He wasn't there for very long, and they were they're digging up his old renditions of tracks, like
yeah,
for years.
Anyway, the Pickard was a wizard.
This is a Legend of Heroes 3 character, if I remember correct.
Yep. He's actually present throughout the Gagarov trilogy, but he takes some wildly different forms. It's really interesting to hear him in English for the first time.
I mean, that game was technically localized, sort of.
It was. The localization was not very good.
We don't especially talk about the English versions of the Gagarov trilogy.
We don't talk about the Gagarov ports.
Yeah, we don't. They were not the best.
No, they really weren't. I'm going to upgrade my Spiral Slash and my armor, and we're on to the final boss fight. Time will be once the HP hits 0 on this big ol' boss fight here. So probably about 2-3 minutes from now.
I was really hoping you'd say like 2-3 seconds from now. One shot him randomly out of nowhere.
Time!
Wait, what? No, never mind. On time. On time. On time.
Should have just looking over at the PC, like, what are these knuckleheads trying to tell me?
I wonder if they're regretting having me on the channel yet.
I'm not.
We have you.
This dragon is voiced by actual Steve Bloom. They got Steve Bloom to voice this dragon.
I was about to say, I have yet to have staff kick my door in, but, you know, I'm always waiting for that day. It'll be a good one, maybe. I don't know.
It is funny to hear because they got Steve Bloom for a character in Horizon as well, and I'm like, they got him for that character?
That's the Power Union rates, baby. Okay, final boss time.
More Heavenly Bliss.
Oh my god, you can flash guard that. I never flash guarded that before. I had no idea you could flash guard that. I'm just goofing around at this point. I don't know what I'm doing. So right now I'm just building up SP so that I can unleash it with my big attacks. Galsis has 3 hitboxes. He has 2 on his feet and 1 on his head. Deleting the hitbox on the feet lowers his head. What the hell just happened? The game just closed.
Sid, I'm blaming you.
No. I literally said this in the tech check. Be ready for the worst RNG you have ever seen. And if this is not the worst RNG you've ever seen, I don't know what to tell you. The game just closed.
Yep. I want a safety save. So you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna say screw it. I'm gonna do arcade mode. Because that has the same final boss fight, and I don't have to go through all of story mode again. I'm gonna load my normal system save, and I am going to take revenge on the game for wronging me.
Leverage that extra 10 minutes in the estimate that could not have predicted this nonsense.
Yes. Alright. Well,
level 99, alright, let's go.
That does not bring my up for this game's marathon safety. Alright, so what do I want to build here? I want to build ultimate skill.
I mean, if
the
computer was just going to close the program, I would have expected our computers to do it before yours, because they're older.
Yeah, and that's never happened before, Counter. Anyway, what do I want?
Get out of the way ahead of time.
Oh, man. It's interesting not having any of this stuff banned. Normally this stuff is banned from competitive play. What do I want to do?
Just do power forward. Just go away up in the damage.
Actually, yes.
Something blackjack and hookers. You know what? Never mind the speed run.
That's it. Right. Like I said earlier, the sun is still out.
Okay.
Like I said, they have yet to kick the door in yet.
The band supports. I get to do the band supports. Oh.
This is a heck of a show, guys.
I'll tell you what. Actually, I'm gonna do Gilbert. All right. So let's just go ahead and get this done. This will probably take me about 10 minutes. Arcade mode is just a series of 10 fights.
Does it include the final boss too?
Let's see just how strong
I've never
you
actually
are.
finished arcade mode. Does that include the final boss?
Yes, 10 fights including the final boss. This is also on Nightmare difficulty, so you get that as well. Flashcard me again. Alright, Gilbert, go. What do you got for me? No, I'm slow! And I'm petrified! Gilbert, why would you do this to me?
Even arcade mode is not having it today.
Please go away.
One hit. All I need is one hit. There we go.
Yeah, so
Oh,
you
God,
can tell, Gilbert's bonus is random. Is he banned?
Yes, Gilbert has a random effect. He has 3 good effects and 3 bad ones.
I assume the good ones are like, if you're just leaving the game up to chance too much.
Oh yeah, the good ones are really good. Alright, Gilbert, what you got for me? Hey, that's one of the good ones. Gives me plus speed and stamina. So now I'm super fast.
Oh, that attack, the what did we call the green jelly bean attack?
I don't know. I
I feel like it had a. I
poison.
feel like we had like a funny nickname for that attack. It was so annoying.
You are.
Her Calm Gust is the Get Off Me button. Alright, Gilbert. Don't let me down. Hey, that's a good one.
Hello, Gilbert. I'm so sad they basically. I'm so glad they. I'm so glad he's here because they basically replaced him in the Daybreak games with someone who's way less endearing.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's his whole thing. Is he acts like a confident, like tough guy, but the second anything goes wrong, he's just sniveling little squirt. He just gets on his hands and knees, starts begging, and then he's like, "I'm so sorry," and then he pulls a Dr. Wily, like, "Just kidding," and then throws a grenade in your face. That also blows up in his face. Gilbert is like the perfect gag character. He's the platonic ideal of like a gag villain.
Ooh, that's another really good one. I'm getting
Also,
tons of XP and extra.
Also, up until I remake, he was voiced by the same voice actor as Adol. It's so funny to me.
Yeah.
It's legitimately one of his best roles. I'm not even kidding.
This is the first boss fight of arcade mode. It's pretty nondescript. Alright, Gilbert, what you got for me? Hey!
I'm glad we got so bored that we just decided to bring out the casino for funsies. Why not? But our rolls couldn't be any worse, could they?
I mean, after a hard lock on the final boss out of nowhere, you kind of just make stuff up.
I have legitimately never seen that happen before. I'm almost wondering if I like hit some weird esoteric combination on my controller that just force closed the game or something.
Alt F4 by accident and just don't know. Ooh, that would be a rude one.
Remember to disable your deleted key next time.
Yeah, I don't know. I got nothing. I'm slow again.
I like how Estelle and Joshua have separate stages, but they're basically just the same place in canon. It's like their house and their town.
Yeah. Even when I'm slow, I can still flash guard. But I can't dodge Wheel of Time.
Oh gosh.
Ow.
Why does he don't just do the mid-air spam trick?
Because that would be lame, and I'm not lame. That's for Geis CPUs to do.
Control Alt Delete F4. Alright.
Alright. We're almost done, don't worry.
There's no way I'm back in
Streamer, I heard you can do X by hitting Alt F4.
Type quit smoking in console.
I was gonna say that. Go to any game and source, just type in quit smoking in the console, and you just hear a sound of the character saying no. You do that, at least 3 people leave the game. It's funny how
I
it
got
still
speed and
gets-
stamina again.
Funny how it still gets people when you do that.
God, TF2 humor, man.
Remember that part about the beginning of this run when Schtolteheim and I were talking about how much we just send stupid TF2 videos? The brains have rotten. The brains have rotten between the two of us. Now we're just sharing one single brain cell.
Man, don't meet your heroes, am I right? Feels like just yesterday when I was just some random commenter on a Reddit thread, and I had never heard of the Falcom RTA community.
And I told
And all of a
Schtolteheim,
sudden, this GhostKumo guy reaches out to me and says, "Hey,
get in here, butthead.
I've got a community here. Wouldn't you so love to be a part of it? Now look what you've done to me." Okay, these NPCs are kind of annoying me. Alright, Gilbert, make yourself useful. That's very useful. That's not useful! Okay. I honestly thought I was gonna die for a second there, but we're good.
You win!
Cruci, Low, and Elk, welcome to my nightmare.
Let's see just how strong you are.
Alright, I need to reset my combo. There we go. Ugh, that kind of sucks. Elk has an annoying extra that just lets him trundle around you for a while, and there's nothing you can do about it. I do have a lot of experience fighting Crucies, though, so I should be able to take care of her pretty quickly. Ah, dang. That's fine, though. Alright, Gilbert, what you got? No, he's draining my extra! I was gonna use my extra! You jerk! Okay, we're good anyway. Okay. We're back here again. Now, if you hard lock on me again, I swear to whatever's up there.
I'm gonna send you a message, but I don't want to say this pun out loud.
Okay, time will be once I kill the last HP bar here, which should be pretty soon. There we go, that's time.
What a speed run. We speedran 2 categories.
Yeah, man. You got 2 runs for the price of 1.
It's fine.
I forgive you.
Exhibition percent. Just plus
Screw
arcade percent.
Oh man, I only got 170,000 points. That is a trash arcade run.
Alrighty.
Well,
we have one final
go
thing.
ahead and do that exhibition, Kumo.
Yes, but I need to change my Steam name. I forgot what I had it as.
You know what? That's a good call.
It's not anything that bad. It's just it's enough.
In the meantime, I'm going to change my build back. What did I have on? Crap, what did I have on? I had Battle Technique gloves, I had Ultimate Skill gloves, I had Blessed gloves 2, I had Flash gloves 1, I had Ultimate Skill tome, Black Onyx, and Power Ring 4. Yeah, that's my build. My skills are the same, and then my support. Sorry, Gilbert. Alright, so, being a crossover fighting game, Ys vs. Trails has online multiplayer, and they've done a lot of work really touching it up and bringing it out of the Stone Age, as it were. It used to be very janky PSP ad hoc based netcode, but they've implemented full rollback support, and knock on wood, can you hear me? I'm really knocking on wood right now. It works pretty well. So I am going to hop on online and have some matches with Kumo. Before that, though, I do have to make sure that none of you watching the stream end up jumping into my room intentionally. So, give me just 1 second. Deploying block system! Now you don't get to see me type in the password.
I love that picture. One of these days I'll watch Falcom Gakuen. Normally it says bump system where you just elbow Stark back.
Okay. I have sent you the password, Kumo.
Are you kidding me with that password?
Just hop on Ys vs. Trails, Oomphy.
I'm not... You have to...
Oh, I have it unlisted, so you have to type in the lobby code, which is 39644.
Okay, there we are. Heroes of
Who's this hero of legend?
More like Heroes of Arcade mode.
All right, we'll play. We agreed to a first to 3, and then a
Yep.
A first to 3, and then a final showcase in the Falcom dev room of our favorite characters.
Yeah. Did you install the music mod, by the way, Kumo?
I did use it, yeah.
Yeah. So, I've been working on a music mod that adds even more music tracks to the game.
Alright, let's please not crash the game.
Yeah. Time limit, 4 minutes. Level 99. Dropped items, none. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna leave it alone for now. I don't want to push my luck. Alright. So do you consider Ren your main, or...?
Sort of. I needed a button, shit.
Oh, crap.
Got him. I'm so dead. Okay.
Goodness. Yeah, Ren doesn't stick around for long.
Yeah. I needed to mute the game feed without muting you in the call because I was hearing echo.
Oh. Okay.
My biggest apologies. That's
my
something
problem,
easy for me to fix. I just have to click this button over there, and then you're good.
Alrighty.
Fantastic.
Alrighty.
Ren actually had a lot of player interest in the East vs. Trails community. A lot of people want to main her, but a lot of people are realizing she's not very good.
She's very difficult.
My will cannot.
Yeah.
Just had to get me involved, huh?
Is it hard getting
Lova, on the other hand, Lova is a consensus top 2 character, considered by some to be the best character in the game.
There's no way I'm back in.
Not that I'm making excuses for when I lose. Ah, that's one of the reasons why. Oh.
Alright, is Annalise banned?
No. Not that I care at this point. Stop arc draining me, you jerk. I don't like the way you're just standing there, menacingly.
Menacingly?
Oh, you have full extra already. What kind of whack-ass build do you have on?
Oh gosh.
Get away from me.
Dang. Oh god. No, he's gonna hit confirm me. Oh god, I'm so dead.
I don't think you are quite yet. You're awfully close, though.
So this kind of just shows how much more time Schtolteheims put into this stuff than me. I do sometimes pull off a round win, but it's a there is definitely a skill floor into this game.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, we're recreating E6 and E7.
All right. See if you can pick a different track. Let's see. Let's try this out.
All right. Let's do. You haven't crashed yet, have you?
I have not.
Okay, cool. Let's do.
Ooh.
Let's do Tokyo Xanadu.
Yes. It's working.
Let's see just how
Yeah.
strong you are.
You want to fight me?
Ooh. Oh, you got combos. You've been watching the VODs of Home beating me. Oh crap. I can't say what that button actually is because it's not PG. Ugh. Oh. Oh, that hurts. Oh.
Nope. Oh god, I still got it. Still got me with the bit of that.
Geis extra. Every now and then Kumo remembers he can just spam fire.
It costs SP though.
Costs no SP.
A little.
Stop it! Alright, I've had enough of you.
Oh god. No, 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 not Reese.
Damn it! Get back! back here! Alright, I'll go the other way. You boob?
Oh. Okay. No, we had to make that. We had to make that silly. Alrighty. Okay. So you win. You won the first of 3, but we gotta have that one. That one last one.
Yes. I've got just the perfect awful build for it. So this is something we do when we don't care anymore.
Yes. All right. Dev lab.
And yes, I figured out where Kohaku
room.
no Ai is. Now if I can just the dev room. Ah shoot, it won't let me back out. Dang.
Okay, this is fine. This is fine.
That's
I like
right.
the dev room though.
Yeah. Kohaku no Ai, baby, let's go.
All right. So you know how we have to start this fight.
Yes. I know exactly how we have to start this fight.
Nice to meet you. I'll try.
Now perfectly symmetrical pilots never solved anything. Oh, come on! I don't have that.
You can't flash guard this?
Oh, I didn't. I messed up. I messed up.
What if I just did it again?
Come on. So here's the thing. Tita's extra skill is the worst in the game because it's by far the most telegraphed. There's no way to hit confirm it.
Uh-huh.
I just timed it wrong. Alright,
Yeah,
rematch.
it's a little
This
hard
time
to
in the
time it in a little bit.
rematch, but this time in the dev room.
Yes, absolutely.
Did I win?
Alright.
Tita's like actually really good, but like
Oh yeah, she's incredibly good.
despite
and also,
having like the worst. Alright, pick whatever you want.
Ah, shoot, it's down here. Can I find it in time? No, we get a random track from Tear Vermilion. Oh well. But yeah,
there's no
this
bad
is the
song.
secret unlockable bonus track. Bonus stage. You can even see the tram in actual urban Tokyo running in the background.
Yeah, so that there you see just how easy that is to flash guard.
Ow!
Wait, isn't this the, isn't she from one of the games they just recently put a video out for?
Yes!
Remaster?
This is,
I'm now remembering the satellite beam, I'm like, wait a minute. I've seen this like 6 times now, I'm remembering where I saw it from.
Yeah, that's her S-Craft, her strongest skill in the game. But yeah, so she has...
Oh no.
I
don't like this.
The fact that she's good despite having a finisher like that is so funny.
You won't flash guard this twice.
Surely.
Flash guard
You won't flash guard this 3 times.
Come on.
No! My master plan!
Schtolteheim and I just agree to have Tita mirrors every now and then because it's so funny. You burn.
You get to burn me with napalm blast. Ow!
Oh,
You're over there somewhere.
Okay. Okay. Okay, get us out of here before we get more up to more tomfoolery. What was the funny song you had? What was the funny song you had
This is the
left?
kind of chicanery you can expect if we get into Limit Break in May. So yeah, thank you very much for having me at RPG Limit Break. Thank you for putting up with this game's wholly unexpected and unique technical issues. Just thank you so much.
The game is just like, I'm gonna close myself. You've had too much fun.
Well, joke's on the game. I had more fun.
Fun, yeah.
But yeah,
right.
That is East vs. Trails Alternative Saga, and that was the East episode of Random Encounters.
Yes. Appreciate y'all for
You guys
watching
have
us.
anything else? Yep.
Just, if you're interested in any of the Falcom games, just join us in. You can go to any of the Trails games. You'll probably get the server, the link to the server there. You go there on speedrun.com. Go to any of these games, you'll probably find it there. We also have a bunch of stuff for games like Tokyo Xanadu, Zwei, the Argus Adventure. I think we have like one Xanadu Next runner. Like, there's quite an array of games here. But yeah, if you're interested in any of them, a lot of fun. Play these games. They're pretty fun, casually. And yeah, thanks to Schtolteheim
and if you're at all interested in our East vs. Trails community, Go Fight, where we do plenty of East vs. Trails content, then you can find our Discord server, you can find our challenge, where we host our tournament brackets. We would love to have you there, and we'd love to have you for our next monthly tournament in 2 weeks' time.
Indeed. Yeah. So shout outs to just the Falcom community. Shout outs to DentedRazor who joined us earlier for East 4. Yeah. Take it away, Sid. Get me your soft talk, please.
Yeah. We really don't have much. Well, we're gonna send you over to some Diener here real quick, doing some Dragon Warrior 4 SNES or NES version. One of these days I'll learn how to say those. Just don't add the ads. It's probably very helpful. But once again, game submissions are still open. They'll be closing on the 15th. So I believe we'll still have them open by the next show and closing that night. But for now, let's get you guys over there so you can enjoy that. See you all later.
Take care.